Good morning and welcome to live coverage of the Phillips New York watch auction. We're going to get started in a few minutes. If you want to be on the panel, feel free to click on the StreamYard link in the chat. Otherwise, we'll try to keep the commentary to a minimum. Enjoy the auction. Good morning, Small G. It's great seeing Small G last night in Philadelphia, along with Double D and Lucky Bastard. Great guys. Good hanging with Sean, David, and Tony. Super nice guys. And we had an amazing time. MD Chaz, good morning. How are you? It was a fun time in Philly, although it got really, really cold. Cold last night. Got down to about, all of a sudden, it was about 29 degrees. But we had a great meal and had a great conversation. Super cool dudes. So this we've been doing auction coverage for the past couple days. We did Christie's on Thursday, Sotheby's on Friday. Today it's Phillips, one of the big ones. So should get started in a few minutes. If you want to jump on the panel, feel free. If there's nobody on the panel, then I'll just stay silent, which is probably a good thing for everybody. No one wants to hear me talk. If you want to hear OC talk, or if you want to hear live coverage of anything related to OC, just go to the Horology Dungeon, where they do wall-to-wall coverage of me. They do pretty much 12-hour live streams every night on me and everybody's reaction to me. So feel free to tune into that. By the way, if you want to see what's going on, we're replaying a discussion of the Rolex Certified Pre-Owned program on the community channel. Do a search for the community, Tim Wright, and you'll be able to watch that replay if you're interested in that. But I think most of you guys will be interested in the live auction. Lots of great pieces coming up. If there's any questions or anything in the chat, feel free to ask. If you appreciate the live coverage, just say so. Just say hi or thank you or super chat if you want, but not necessary, not required. Good morning. Greetings from Houston. Sean's in the chat. Had a great time. Thank you. So did I. It was cool. Matt H. Good morning. Good morning, Tim and crew. Thank you for bringing this to the community. Upvote it. Yeah, good idea. Upvote the show. It's free. It takes literally 1 second to do. And again, MD Chaz, good morning. Sean says there were some bargains from yesterday's auction. Absolutely, there definitely were. There were some vintage subs that were really cheap. There were some older Daytonas, white gold Daytonas that went for around $20,000. So it'll be really fascinating to see if people are overpaying or if they are, or if they're being vigilant on the prices that they pay for the auction for the pieces here. Good evening from Australia. Hello, Street Fighter. Hope you have a great evening. Thanks for joining. Cool. We're expecting the auction. I'm not playing the auction live right now just because they're playing music in the background, and I don't want to risk a copyright strike. They're playing all kinds of live. They're playing some pre-recorded music. So just when they turn that off and and the auctioneers come up to give the announcements, I'll turn the audio back on so you could listen to all the announcements. Good morning, Mossy. Love your avatar. Very, very seasonal and in the holiday spirit. Looking good, Mossy. MDJ asks, will you be placing any bids today? I have no plans to place bids. I have a giant auction catalog that I haven't reviewed. I did go to Phillips in person on Thursday night and reviewed several of the lots, but there's nothing that really interests me. And Phillips, people who go to Phillips auctions tend to pay pony up to pay. So I don't want to get into a bidding war at Phillips. At a smaller auction house, might be feasible, but probably not at Phillips. But I am logged in, and that's often scary because if I click on the wrong link, all of a sudden I've bid on a watch. So you will be enjoying the thrill of the action through my screen. If anybody in the community wants to bid on something, and I know you and I trust you, and you're like, "Hey, bid on this for me," send me a text. If you can't text me, it means we're not close. So, but just for fun, if you type in something that you want in the chat and you're willing to pay for it, I'd have no problem bidding for you. Sean says, "Can you bid on lot 2 for me?" Lot 2, I haven't looked at. Lot 2 is a black Rolex Daytona. Probably will not bid on that for you, Sean. Sorry. If you're just joining, welcome to live coverage of the Phillips New York watch auction, the watch auction event of the year. Last year at this time, they were auctioning off the Patek Philippe Nautilus 5711 in Tiffany blue, the first one that was sold for charity. And 1 year ago today, I was in the room when that happened. And a gentleman named Zack Attack, he's a very famous Asian actor, was in the room bidding on that piece. He actually lost the bidding, but he was the first person flaked, and he ended up buying the watch anyway. Let's go to the action.
There was nothing going down at all. Not at all. Welcome to the morning Auctioneer, Marcello tomorrow.
Thank you very much, and good morning. Welcome to Phillips in association with Bax and Russo and the New York Watch Auction 7. Before I start the sale, I have several announcements to make, as it is customary. All items are sold subject to our conditions of sale as available on our website. The purchase price payable is the hammer price plus the buyer's premium and any applicable taxes. I may open the bidding on any lot on behalf of the seller and may continue bidding for the seller by placing consecutive bids up to, but excluding, the reserve. I may execute bids on behalf of absentee bidders, and field staff may also execute absentee bids or bid with clients on the telephone. Please see the sale room notices for changes in today's sale. And please note that the following lots are withdrawn: 30, 70, and 120. In addition, lots 9, 20, 23, 48, 62, 88, 88A, and 90 are designed as premium lots. These lots will not be available for online bidding. Please contact this department for further information so that they can set up a phone for you if so you desire. With that said, I think that we can begin today's auction. Excellent. We begin with lot number 1. As you can all see, is one of the most attractive proposals of FP Journe and Elegance, the electromechanical tortoise-shaped wristwatch. In this case, from 2009, full set with guarantee and box and without reserve, but with interest. So I would say we can begin at 8, 5, 9, 9, 5, 10. and 11,000 here in my advanced bids. Who's giving me 12? I have 11,000. I'm looking for 12. 12, thank you. Back to me at 13. Anybody come back at 14? Would you care, madam? Yes, 14. Thank you. Back to me at 15. Sorry, New York, yours is delivered too late. I have 15 in my advances. Would you care 16? New York cares to try 16. Thank you, New York. But we go back to my advanced bidder at 17 from Miami. Thank you, Miami. Anybody came back at 18? I have 17,000 here in my iPad. I'm looking for 18,000. Thank you, New York. Thank you for coming back. But Miami also comes back at 19. Shall we try one more F for New York? Are we going to 20? I have 19 here in my iPad. Egypt, new bidder. Sorry, you were delivered too late. Egypt is here. And my advanced bidder, Miami, Florida, is coming back at 22,000. Is that a 24? Yes, thank you very much. On the 24,000, leaping ahead of my advances. It's at the moment with you on the phone. And for the first time today, I'm raising my gavel. But not so soon. Oregon, Portland, 26. I see the morning makes you very competitive, and that's very good because the watch is extremely nice. 28,000 on the phone. It's not stopping. You're not getting it so soon, Oregon. You might need to try 30,000. Oregon comes back at 30,000 indeed. Next one should be 32. I've seen somebody raising their hand. 32,000 on the phone. Thank you very much. Oregon, New York, Egypt. Anybody coming back at 35? I have it here on the phone, 32,000 US dollars. Oregon, 35. Thank you very much, Oregon. And 38, very sweet. As you can see, we are not losing any time on the phone. It's at 38, right? Yes, it's with you at 38,000. 38,000. It's not with Oregon. Yes, 38,000. Thank you very much. Oregon, you might need to try 40. I have 38,000 here on the phone on my right. Oregon, it's now or never. 38,000. Going once. 38,000. Going twice. Selling to the phone, and not so soon. I'm very sorry, but Oregon has something to say against you bringing this watch home. 40,000 for Oregon, and it's now staying here in the US. No, not yet. 42,000. Thank you very much. I have 42 on the phone. I'm looking for 45. Who is giving me 45? Oregon, are we continuing with your efforts? It's already with you. It's with you at 42,000. I'm looking for 45 from Oregon. As you can see, our phone bidder is so enthusiastic that they were bidding against themselves. Would you care and try 45 and break their dream of bringing this watch home, keeping it for yourself? Or are you letting them have it? It's at 42,000. I'm looking for 45. Oregon, Egypt, New York. This is your moment if you want. Otherwise, I'm selling lot one, the Elegance, on the phone for 42,000 once, 42,000 twice. Selling, selling, selling. Sold. Congratulations. 42,000. Puzzle number 1090.
Expensive, not expensive? What do you think?
I'm going to need a pen that works. There we go. 42,000. Puzzle number 1090. There we go. Which brings us to lot number 2. Another no reserve lot. And look at what we have here. One of the most sought after wristwatches in current production. Reference 1165 LN, the ceramic Daytona with the ceramic bezel. Full set, excellent condition from 2020. And as I mentioned before, no reserve. As you can imagine, there is quite a bit of interest both in the book and in the iPad. So why not we breeze past the minimum estimate? 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15, and 16,000 here in my advanced bids. Who is giving me 17? I have 16,000 in my advanced bids. I'm looking for 17,000. Online, Salt Lake City, Utah, welcome, 17, but back to my advances at 18 already. In Taiwan, thank you for your advanced bid, Taiwan. I'm now looking for 19, I have 18. Salt Lake City, 19, back to my advance, multiple advances actually at 20,000, but 7215 is ahead of everybody. Next one shall be 22. Dix Hills, New York, a new contender, and you know what? Nothing more here, nothing more here. It's with you, Dix Hills. You're bringing this on for the time being, the fantastic Daytona with black ceramic bezel and black dial, full set. France has something to say against that. France, 24,000. Thank you very much. Dixie Hills, are we coming back at 26? I have France at 24 for the time being. 24,000 US dollar have been offered from France. Puerto Rico, truly an international battle, and it shows how international the appeal of this timepiece is. Thank you very much. 26,000 from Puerto Rico. I'm now looking for 28,000. Who's coming back at 28? 26 from Puerto Rico. Phones, room, don't be shy. It can still be yours if you ask 28. For the moment, it's going to Puerto Rico at 26. Nothing more here, nothing more there. So I think that if it is all said and done, it's time to sell this watch to Puerto Rico. Going once, going twice. Final warning, fair chance. Congratulations, Puerto Rico. 26,000 US dollars, puzzle 7499. As it is Phillips, we keep on with our tricks or fantastic timepieces with no reserve for your personal pleasure. As we can see here, we have a 5164 Aquanaut travel time, one of the most wearable and practical watches made by Patek Philippe. As I said, no reserve. As you can imagine, I have quite a bit of interest already. I have something here in my iPad. I have something here in the book. Let's begin with the book. Why not? 19, my iPad is going to 20, and 22, and 24, and 26, and 28,000 here in my advanced bids already. 30,000, thank you, sir. But back to my advances at 32,000. Shall we try 35? I have 32,000 with my advanced bids of 35. 32 to 35,000. Thank you very much. It's at 35,000 on the phone on my right with Isabella. Who's giving me 38? I have 35,000 with Isa on the phone. Is somebody bidding? Oh, sorry, I didn't say it. 38,000. Thank you very much. But I'm afraid I have to go back to my advances at 40,000. It's not so easy. Shall we try 42? I have 40,000 with multiple advances, but 7066 is right. Miami, 42,000 online. Thank you very much, Miami. Next one shall be 45. Who's coming back at 45,000? I have 42,000 offered from 45. I'm sorry, Isabella. Switzerland was a little bit ahead of you. Thank you, Switzerland. It seems more than up that Switzerland is bidding on beautiful watches, but we have many contenders in the room. Who's coming back at 48,000? I have $45,000 from Switzerland for the Aquanaut, one of the most wearable and practical timepieces made by Patek Philippe. What shall we do? 48? 48? At that moment, 48. Miami comes back at $48,000. Thank you very much, Miami. Next one shall be 50. Who gives me 50? Isa? Online? Room? I have $48,000 from Miami. Thank you, Miami. And I'm looking for 50,000 for the travel time Aquanaut. I think it's time that I raise my gavel. 48,000. Going once to you, Miami. 48,000. Going twice. And sold to Miami for $48,000, paddle 8332. Which brings us to lot number 4. Audemars Piguet, as you can all see, it's an extremely attractive pink gold royal oak in fantastic condition, reference 15400 OR for Or Rose. Full set and with no reserve in this case as well. As you can imagine, no reserve does not mean no interest. So let's begin with my advances at 30,000. Then I have something in the book at 32,000, and then back to my advances at 35,000 already. It's coming back at 38. I have 35,000 with my advances. I'm looking for 38,000. Who's giving me 38,000? Thank you, sir. 38, but back to my advances at 40,000 with, yes, 40,000 my advances. 42,000, back to me at 45. Shall we try 48? 48 it is, but back to my advances, 7384 says 50,000. I'm now looking for 55,000. Who's coming back at 55,000. I had 55. Houston, Texas, new contender. Thank you very much. And that was a very smart move because I have nothing more in my iPad and nothing more in my book. It's all with you, Houston. 55,000. It's going to Houston at the moment. Who is giving me 60? I have 55 from Houston. I'm looking for 60,000 US dollars. If it is all said and done, I'm selling this pink gold dream of a watch to Houston, Texas for Connecticut, Greenwich. Welcome, sir. 60,000, joining the fray. Houston coming back at 65. I see that the competition is sparkling up. Excellent. Anybody coming back at 70,000? I have 65 from Houston against Greenwich, against the phones, and I'm looking for 70. Greenwich, are you coming back at 70? I have 65. Yes, you are. Thank you, Greenwich. 70,000 US dollars, and Houston coming back at 75. No time to lose in Texas, even though it's very early in the morning. Thank you for being up so soon with us. 75, I'm looking for 80. Greenwich, are you coming back at 80? I have 75 from Houston, Texas. 75, going once. 75, going twice. Selling to Houston, Texas for 75,000 US dollars. Thank you very much, Houston. Puzzle 7239, 75,000. Moving on to lot number 5, we have another Audemars Piguet. This is the Jumbo Extra Thin Royal Oak reference 16202 ST. And please note that this is the anniversary edition. This was made, of course, this year in 2022, marking the 50th anniversary of the Royal Oak. And it is distinguished by the engraved 50th anniversary road. I think that more than one person agrees with me on this assessment. So let's begin with my iPad at 30,000. Then we go to the book at 32, and then 35, and 38, and 40, and 42, and 45,000 here in my advanced base. Just coming back at 48. I have 45,000 here in my advance. I'm looking for 48. Thank you, Florida. But my advance is at 50,000 already. I'm now looking for 55,000. Thank you, New York. But back to my book in this case at 60,000. Who's coming back at 65? Hong Kong is. Thank you very much, Hong Kong. But now we jump to my advances at 70 from London, United Kingdom. 75, New York is not giving up, but you're going to need an extra effort because I have already 80,000 with multiple bids here in my iPad, but 8377 is leading the pack. 80,000 is here. I'm now looking for 85,000. As you can see, the competition has been faster and we climbed to 80, but now London goes above 85,000. Smart move because you are jumping ahead of everything I have here and of everything I have here. It's with you for the time being, London, unless somebody around the world or in the room has something to say against that. Is anybody willing to offer 90,000 for the 50th anniversary Royal Oak Extra Thin? Of course, excellent condition, full set, as you can imagine, from a brand new timepiece. 85,000 US dollars going once. 85,000 US dollars going twice. Final warning, selling for 85,000 US dollar to my online London bidder. And congratulations, Lawton. 85,7128 is your puddle. Which brings us to lot number 6, a perpetual calendar Patek Philippe, one of the most elegant proposition ever made by the company. Please note that this is a very early example. The reference was launched in 85, and this one is from 87. Note the Sigma dial, the sunken register, truly a piece of Patek Philippe history that you can wear with extreme joy. And many people are wanting to wear it with extreme joy, apparently. So let's begin at 18, 19, and 20,000 here with my advanced bidders. Anybody coming back at 22,000? I have 20,000 here with my advances. I'm looking now for 22,000. Who's coming back? Greenwich, welcome again at 22, but I'm afraid I already have 24 here in my, no, I have 24 here in the book already. Anybody coming back? I have 24. I'm now looking for an extra bid. Massachusetts, thank you very much, but I'm afraid that you're landing exactly on my commission bid. Paddle 6028 was here before of you at 26. I'm looking for 28. Is somebody bidding? 28? Yes, thank you very much, 28. Greenwich, I have a phone bidder at 28 now. I'm going to look only at you. If you want, you can go with 30. I'm going to ignore the room. It's with you. I'm going to accept 30, and I apologize for not seeing your previous bid at 28. I have 28 on the phone. I'm looking for 30,000. Greenwich, if it is all said and done, I think that France, new player, bienvenue France, 3000 pour la France. I have 30,000 online from France. Who is giving me 32? France, c'est avec vous pour le moment à 30 000. Je nécessite 32 pour la prochaine enchère. I have 30,000. I'm looking for 32,000 for my next bid. 30,000 going to France. Is France really winning it with just one sneaky bid? Very well done, France. I applaud your timing. 30,000. Italy, benvenuti. We have an European battle apparently. On a France a 30.000 e Italy a 32. Siamo a 32 in Italia contro la Francia. Prochaine enchère, il va être 35. Prochaine enchère va être 35. 35, 35,000 on the phone again. So we have three players, Italy online, France online, and the phone here in the room at 35. France, est-ce que vous voulez faire 38 000? Italia, facciamo 38. Ho 35, già 35 ici dans la salle. I have 35 in the room. I'm looking for 38,000. France, Italy, I give you a second, but it's time to make a decision. 35,000 going once on the phone. 35,000 sur le téléphone. 35,000 al telefono. And sold to the phone. Congratulations, Paddle 1090 for 35,000 Swiss francs. Moving on to lot number 7, the Tank Americaine 1734 Cartier in platinum, an oversized, extremely heavy, extremely well designed, as you can expect from a masterpiece of design like Cartier wristwatch. It offered with no reserve, but with quite a bit of interest. So let's begin at all in my iPad, 4,000, 4,200, 4,500, 4,800, 5,500 Swiss francs here in my iPad. Who's coming back at 6,000? I have 6,000. Thank you, madam. In the room, I'm sorry, Singapore, it was delivered too late, and I already have 6,500 in my iPad. Shall we try 7,000? In the room on the, I'm sorry, he was a slaver. I had to use 7,000 it is, but back to my advanced bidder, 7,500. Anybody can try 8,000? 8,000 it is, back to my advanced already at 8,500. Anybody coming back at 9,000? Yes, 9,000, but back at 9,500 already. I'm sorry, Hong Kong, I already have 9,500 here with my advances. I'm looking for 10. 10, there we go, and 11, here we go, already with my advanced 8,470. Who is giving me 12? I have 11,000 here in my iPad and 12,000. Sir, finally you made it. You leap ahead. It's yours for the time being in the room with the gentleman on my right. But Boca Raton, Florida has something to say against that. I'm sorry, sir. I have 13,000 from Boca Raton, Florida. Anybody coming back at 14,000? I have nothing more in the book, nothing more in the iPad. Boca is winning it at 13,000. Shall we try 14? I have 13,000. Boca Raton, Florida, against multiple bidders in the room. Sir, what shall we do? Yes, thank you, sir. 14,000. Sorry, Boca Raton, it's not going to be so easy for you. We have a very motivated New York room bidder. However, maybe you are equally motivated. Are you now? Are you coming back at 15,000? Otherwise, somebody is bringing him home with him, probably to New York. 14,000 going once. 14,000 going twice. Selling to the gentleman in the room on my right for 14,000 US dollars. Thank you very much. And may I have your paddle number, sir, please? 850 for 14,000. Thank you very much. Which brings us to the 2020 Tank Cintre in pink gold. Extremely attractive. Look at this contrast between the dark dial and the warm pink gold case. Superbly wearable and with interest, of course, obviously. So let's begin at in my book 10, 11, 12, and 13,000. I have 13,000 here in my book. Anybody coming back at 14? Thank you, madam. 14, but back to my book already at 15. Anybody trying 16? Shall we? 16, Boca Raton, breaking the tie between the two floor bidder. I have 16 from Boca Raton, which is leaping ahead of the book. Shall we try 17, madam? Or madam? 17 on the phone. Thank you very much. New contender, Boca. I have somebody on the phone. I have two people in the room, and then there is you. At the moment, it's on the phone and 17. Shall we try 18? What shall we do? Madam? Shall we try 18,000? Boca Raton. Shall we try 18,000? It's at the moment weekly. Yes. Thank you, madam. 18,000. Very generous offer, but I'm afraid the watch is extremely attractive, so it might not be enough. Let's see what Chris has to say about it. Yes, 19,000. Thank you very much, Chris. As you see, nice watches are fiercely battled for. Shall we try 20? It's with Chris at 19,000 on the phone. I'm now looking for 20,000. I see people looking at each other, a bit of competition sizzling in the room. But what shall we do? $19,000. It's time to raise my gavel and say it. Going once. 19,000. Going twice. Madam, give me a sign. Selling, selling, selling. And sold. Thank you very much, Chris. 19, 10, 58. Which brings me to one of the most fascinating timepieces we have in this sale. You all know how original Cartier London Crash timepieces are. I'm not going to bother you with that. But this one, please note that it has been consigned by none less than the family of the original owner of the watch, who was Daphne Farago, visionary collector and philanthropist who purchased the watch directly from Cartier London in the 70s, and it remained in her family until today. Given this remarkable provenance, it already is apparent how the watch is important, but it furthermore comes with its original red Cartier box, and you can use this watch to admire how such a small production was extremely artisanally made. For example, this watch bears the Swiss movement to the back that is not seen in any other, because such a small production, of course, each one was different, tailor-made for each client. Absolutely fascinating timepiece, and I say we can begin at this point. Let's, well, important timepiece, let's take it slow. 260, 280, and 300. There we go, exactly landed where I thought so. It's 300 with James, just give me 320. I have 300 with James and 320. James, shall we try 350? In the room already, a bidder at 350, at 20, and I'm looking for 350. James, are you coming back at 350? It's with you, sir, in the room on my right at 320,000 US dollars. Online, phones, don't be shy. You're not going to get the opportunity of finding another one, original owner, Crash, London, in this condition especially. James, what shall we do? I have 320 in the room on my right. I am looking for 350,000 US dollars. It's at the moment at 320,000. James, I see you're talking. Alex, I see you are talking. Isabella and Paul are on the phones as well. And we have our online bidders. Who is coming back at 350? James, Alex, 320. Anybody coming back at 350? James, it's not with you. It's with the gentleman in the room on my right. I see, I understand the watch is important. You need to discuss it thoroughly with your client. 320,000 with you, sir. 320,000. I will accept 350. It's with you, James, at $350,000. What shall we do? Of course, I understand you need some time to consult. Absolutely. The moment is important. It's at the moment with James at $350,000 for the fascinating 1970s Cartier Crash London. It's at the moment with James at 350 US. And let's see what happens in the room. 350, it's with James. I'll take it. 360. The watch is important. It makes sense that we go slowly. James, as you can see, I have 360,000 US dollars. What shall we do? I will accept, of course, an increment of 10,000 as it happened, or more if you so desire. It's at the moment with the gentleman in the room. Oh, and make no mistake, I am selling this watch at 360,000 with the gentleman in the room. It's at the moment with you, and you are bringing it home if nothing else happens. Of course, James, I'm going to give you some time to think it through. There is not going to be a second chance. There is not going to be a negotiation after. There is going to be not a may I, is it possible? It's now or never to have the Daphne Farago Cartier Crash. You sure? Sir, I think that is your very lucky day. If it is all said and done, I have a winning room bidder here in New York. So I'm saying going once at 360, going twice at 360, selling to the gentleman on my right in the room at 360,000 US. There's something happening on the hammer. I'm sorry. It's not. It's yours. It's yours. 360,000. Sorry for this small turn of event. We like to keep our clients on their toes here at Phillips. So may I please have your paddle number, sir? 848. Thank you very much. Absolutely well done. For 360,000. Absolutely exceptional purchase. 848. Thank you. Moving on with our Cartier streak. Oh, this is also an incredibly fascinating timepiece. As you already see, it is basically a tool sports watch, which is not exactly the kind of watch you would expect from Cartier. And furthermore, it's co-signed by Movado. This is because Cartier and Movado, back in the days, they were neighbors. And apparently, this Movado timepiece was indeed retailed by Cartier, making it one of the very few Cartier tool watches present out there, and in this case from 1962 in excellent condition. I see I have interest in my iPad, I see I have interest in the book, so let's begin at 995 and 10,000. Here in the book at 10,000, who's giving me 11,000? I have a book bid at 10,000, I'm looking for 11,000. Richfield, Connecticut, thank you, but back to me at 12,000, already still in the book. Anybody coming back at 13? Richfield, would you try? Room. Thank you. Sorry, Richfield, I have the room ahead of you and the book bidder ahead of the room. Next one shall be 15 because I have 14 here in the room. Shall we try 15, sir? Yes. Thank you, sir. In the room, 15. And you know what? It's with you at the moment. Nothing more with my commissions, nothing more with my advances. It's in the room at 15,000 US dollars. What shall we do, Connecticut? Should we come back at 16? I have 15,000. Atlanta, new bidder, 16,000. Thank you, Atlanta. Tough choice. What shall we do? I'm going to leave you a second to think about it. It's at the moment going to Atlanta in Georgia at 16,000 US dollars. Atlanta, you are winning this. And I'm raising my gavel. Going once to Atlanta. Going twice to Atlanta, Connecticut. Make no mistakes. This is your final warning because I'm selling it to Atlanta at 16,000 US. Thank you, Atlanta. Puzzle 7312 is your number for 16,000. 7312. Thank you. Lot number 10, a Patek Philippe, and look at the beauty of this timepiece with this mother of pearl dial and diamond set bezel. Truly a masterpiece of elegance and charm from 2006, full set, excellent condition, and with interest, intriguingly, all in my iPad, nothing in the book. So let's begin at 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15,000 here in my iPad. At 15,000 in the iPad, and 16 and 17. Shall we try 18? 18 and 19. Shall we try 20? It's in the room at the moment. It's in the iPad at the moment at 19. I'm looking for 20,000. Italy, benvenuta Italia, 20.000 dall'Italia. Ma temo di avere 22.000 here with my advances. Shall we try 24? Vogliamo provare con 24? Ho 22, 24, 24 in the room, but back to my advances, multiple advances actually at 26,000. Italy, siamo contro la sala, siamo contro le advances. Al momento, e qua nell'advances, ho bisogno di 28 per provare a portarlo a casa. Shall we try 28? I have 26,000 here with multiple advance bids, and next one shall be 28. Who's coming back at 28,000? It's 26, going to the UAE with an advance bid, puzzle 7137, at 26,000. Going once. 26,000 to the UAE, going twice. Italy, madam, fair warning and last chance. Selling to the UAE at 26,000 US dollars. Congratulations, UAE, puzzle 7137, 26,000 is the price. Which brings us to lot 12, the 5940R, a cushion-shaped watch, a rarity in Patek. It's accumulated to very few other models like the 5020 or the 5951, all of them highly collectible and sought after. And given the unusual shape of the case, very few pieces were made of all of these shape references. Offered with certificate of origin, additional side caseback, and presentation box, as you would expect. It comes with interest in the book. So let's begin at 18, 19, and 20,000 here in my advance bid. Sorry, not the book. Here in my iPad, I have 20,000. Who's coming back at 22? And 22, advance bidder. Sorry, Italy, I already have 22. Shall we try 24? 22, I have 22 here and 24 already in my advance from China. Not 20, I have 24 actually from China with my advance bidder. 79, puzzle 7943. I don't think it's that. Yes, now we go. Apologies for this little misunderstanding. We have now correctly saying that 24,000 is going to China with my advance bidder 7943. Italy, mi scusi per questo problemino, vogliamo provare 26, coming back at 26 United States, thank you very much. Siamo a 26.000 negli Stati Uniti, ho bisogno di 28 per provare a portarsi a casa il 5940. Siamo a 26, are you trying 28, Italy? I have 26,000 US dollars online. Taiwan, new bidder, welcome Taiwan, 28,000, I'm very glad to accept it. Anybody else coming back at 30,000? Is that a bid? Yes, on the phone. Thank you very much. 30,000. Here we go. Who's coming back? Taiwan, Italy. Vogliamo provare 32? Taiwan. HR? 30,000 I have. I'm looking forward to. United States, minor outlying islands. Intriguing place, but I don't. Is it enough? Maybe. Let's see what our phone has to say. I have 32 online from the minor outlying islands of the United States. And yes, on the phone, back to you, 35,000. Who is coming back at 38? Italia, proviamo 38? Come vede, c'è competizione per questo oggetto, ma perpetual calendar, cushion shape Patek non è facile da trovare né da portare a casa. It's 35,000 on the phone. I'm looking for 38. Going once at 35. Going twice at 35. And 38,000. Thank you very much, United States. It's back to the outlying islands. Is that weight or is that bid? Thank you, madam. 40,000 on the phone on my right. Italy, US, as you can see, the competition is tough, but you might be tougher yet. Shall we try 42? I have 40,000 on the phone on my right. I'm looking for 42,000 US dollars. I'm selling the pink gold 59.40 at 40,000 on the phone, going once, at 40,000 on the phone, going twice, selling on the phone at 40,000 US dollars. Congratulations, puzzle number 1090. Which bring me to lot 13, Journe de Octa Calendrier in platinum. I love the configuration of this dial with the two windows and the retrograde date, extremely elegant and charming. This case, full set from 2004. I see that there is interest both in the book and in the iPad. So let's just go straight to the investment. 60, 65, 70, 75, and 80,000 with the book bid. Who's giving me 85,000? I have 80,000 in the book. 95, 95 on, I'm sorry. 110, there we go. And leaping ahead of everything. That was swift and painless. Thank you very much. Shall we try 120? It's with Paul. 120 it is, and 130, a very tough battle between our New York colleagues. And 140, Kuwait, thank you very much. And 150 already. As you can see, the competition is fierce. Kuwait, shall we try 160? Isabella, shall we try 160? I have 150 here with Paul on my right, and I'm looking for 160,000 US dollars. 150 on my right, and new bidder, Brighton, Michigan. It's at the moment 4 people on this lot. Brighton, it's yours for the time being at 160,000 US. Who's coming back at 170? Paul, Isa, Kuwait, anybody coming back at 170? I have 160,000 from Brighton, Michigan, and I am looking for 170. 160 to Brighton, going once. 160 to Brighton. 170, fifth contender. Welcome, Arthur. Excellent. As you can see, people are not getting less interested, but more interested as soon as the bidding goes. So what is going to happen? Who of the other 4 contenders is going to say 180? We all know how attractive and sought after this timepiece is, how early and important in the history of Journe is, and at the moment, with one single bid, Brighton, Michigan, 180. You didn't thought it would be that easy, really, Arthur? 180 from Brighton, Michigan. I'm now looking for 190. It might come from Kuwait, it might come from Arthur, it might come from Paul, it might come from Isa, or it might come for yet another new bidder. But at the moment, it's at 100. 190 it is. Arthur, it's back to your phone bidder. Thank you very much at 190. I'm now looking for a 200,000 in share. Who is giving me 200? Paul, you were very motivated at the beginning. It seems that Arthur managed to scare you off a little bit. Isa, checking with you. Kuwait, online, checking with you. I think that we have a winner there with Arthur on my left. Going once. Not so soon. Brighton, 200,000 US dollars. I know that your client Arthurs are extremely discerning collectors, and they decided to put their eyes on a very attractive timepiece, as you can see. Brighton is not letting it go so easily. I see that you're talking. Arthur, I think at this point, I might accept 210. Indeed, I was just about to propose you that. 210 it is, and of course, let's make sure that Brighton can add $10,000 as well to 220. It's at the moment on the phone with Arthur at 210. Are you gonna defend your position with $10,000 more, Brighton, or am I selling it to Arthur? 210. going once. 210, going twice. And then it appears that we have a winner on the phone with Arthur at 210,000 US dollars. Congratulations, Arthur. 12, 10, 23. 210 and 10, 23 is the paddle number. Moving on, lot number 14, the Grönfeld, extremely attractive from 2021, the Principia in stainless steel. Please look at the combination of the pink dial and white case, absolutely readable, elegant, charming, absolutely fantastic timepiece, and I think that people do agree with me. So let's begin with the book at 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20,000. But then I already have 22 and 24 deja. I have 24,000 with my iPad. In my advances, is somebody? Yes, 26, Miami Beach, Florida. Thank you very much. 26 from Miami Beach, Florida. Anybody coming back at 28? I have 26 from Miami, and 28 and 30 with my 8206. Thank you very much, 8206. Who's coming back at 32? That was swift. I have multiple bids actually at 30,000. I am looking for 32,000 to break this tie. Naples, Florida is breaking the tie. Very well broken, because at the moment it is yours, Naples. Nothing more in my book, nothing more in my iPad. It's going to Naples, Florida for 32,000 US dollars. Going once to Naples. Not so soon. 35,000 US from UAE. Naples, are you coming back at 38? I have 35,000 from UAE, and I need 38 to steal it from the United Arab Emirates. I think that you had enough time to think, so I'm going to say it. 35,000 going once, 35,000 going twice, selling the steel Grönfeld with the Salmon dial to the UAE for 35,000 US dollars. Congratulations, UAE. 35 is the price. 7947 is the paddle. Moving on to lot number 15. The Voutilainen, and what a Voutilainen. Look at this possible unique creation with this gear-shaped blue dial. Absolutely fantastic. The more you look at this watch, the more you see new details that eluded you before. I see that there is interest both in the book again and in the iPad. So let's say 60, 65, and 70,000. Here, 70,000 and 75,000 in my iPad. 75 already. I'm now looking for 80,000. 80,000. Saugatuck, Michigan, but that's not enough because I have 85 already in my advances. Saugatuck, are you coming back at 90,000? I have 85,000 from Nashua, New Hampshire, and I'm looking for 90,000. Yes, Doug, thank you very much. Bidding 90,000, Doug Escribano on my right. Anybody coming back? 95, new bidder on the phone, Chris, I'm sorry, Hong Kong, and Doug coming back at 100 already. We have multiple online bidders. Doug was bringing it home at 100, and Chris, and Hong Kong, 110. Thank you very much. Chris, what shall we do? Shall we try 120? Doug, shall we try 120? It's at the moment with you at 110 Hong Kong, and I see that Chris is thinking about it. It's at 110. It's not with you, Chris. It's with Hong Kong at 110. You need to do 120 if you want. It's with 120, Doug. Thank you very much. As you see, time is of the essence, because not only Doug said 120, but Hong Kong is already saying 130. You need to be faster, Chris, if you want it. 140, Alex, a new contender. Thank you very much on the phone. And 150, Hong Kong. Very tough fight for the Voutilainen, but once you look at this watch, you understand why. It's simply amazing to put it on your wrist, I assure you so. 150 Hong Kong. Chris, Doug, Alex, who's giving me 160 for the Voutilainen? I have 150 from Hong Kong. I'm looking for 160,000 US. I think Hong Kong has been patient enough, and I'm going to call it and say 150 going once. 150 going twice, as we are above the high estimate, I will accept 155, Chris, if you so desire. Hong Kong, it's yours, 150,000, 7992. Thank you very much. So the next lot is number 16, still a Patek Philippe, one of the favorite watches in the sale, for me at least. The 3970 EG 018. The 018 identifies this dial, which instead of having the diamond cut numerals, as it often happens, very often actually, in the platinum example, the 3970, it has the white metal baton numerals, which makes it so much more wearable. You can bring this to an evening, you can bring this to a daytime. It's absolutely a 360 wrist watch. Of course, excellent condition, setting pin, certificate of origin, additional caseback, everything that you want. And there are only 11 in this configuration, by the way. As you can imagine, I already have quite a bit of interest, a lot of interest actually in my iPad. So let's begin at 50, 55, 60, 65, and 70,000 US dollars with many, 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 many bids in my iPad. Who's giving me 75? Turkey is giving me 75. Thank you, but I already have 80,000 in the book now this time. No more in the iPad, but it's here in the book. And 85, 30 comes back, leaping ahead of all the competition I have. Switzerland is not going to let Turkey have it. 90,000 online. It's an online battle. I have nothing more here. I have nothing more here. It's all there. And in the room, apparently, yes, 95. Thank you, sir. In the room on my left, 95 against Switzerland. That was at 90. Who's coming back at 100,000 for the non-diamond set? 100,000 and 110,000, correct? Yes, sir. 110 on my left. In the room, a new contender. I think I have like 5 or 6 bidders on this watch, which highlights how sought after it is. And the new one, Wilton Manors from Florida, 120. Who is then giving me 130? Yes, 130. Thank you, sir. Grazie mille. Siamo a 130.000 in sala. Sulla mia sinistra. I have 130 on my left. Here in the room, I'm looking for 140. Siamo a 130 con lei. E cerco 140. It's at 130. I'm looking for 140. The gavel is up. And I think this watch might be going back to Italy, which I'm very happy of, at 130,000, unless somebody is happy to say against it. 130.001, 130.002, selling, selling, selling and not selling. 140 Wilton Manors. Vogliamo provare 145? Accetterò in caso, se lei vuole. 145, grazie mille. 145.000 in the room with our room bidder. Next one shall be 150. Wilton Manors, what shall we do? Shall we try 150? Siamo a 145 in the room. It's in the room at 145. The gavel is up. It's been a fierce battle, and I think that our room bidder deserves an applause for bringing home this exceptional time. Peace. Congratulations. Paddle number 826 for 145. 826. Thank you. Lot number 17 is the 5575, the wall time. This watch is not only a limited edition made for the 175th anniversary of Patek Philippe, but it is the only wall time watch made by the brand which features moon phases. Incredibly enough, after they finished producing this watch, they never used this movement again, which tells you volumes. Imagine the cost of developing it and then using it for just one watch. On top of that is the only Patek Philippe with a photorealistic moon. Absolutely charming and important timepiece, and I see that many people in the book and in the iPad agree with me. So let's begin with the book at the minimum, 50, and the iPad 55, and the book again 60. I have 60,000 here in the book, was giving me 65. In the back, something is there was no, I have 60,000. I'm looking for 65,000. Who's coming back at 65,000? I have 60,000 here in the book and 65. Thank you, sir, but I already have 70 here in my iPad. Would you care and try 75? I have 70,000 now in that, but 75,000 Los Angeles, California. Thank you very much. Shall we try 80,000, Chris? 80,000 more Miami, Florida online against California and against Chris, and actually nothing more here, nothing more there. So it's with you at the time for the time being. Miami for 80,000 US, the extremely charming and collectible moon phase wall time by Patek Philippe 5575. Anniversary piece, engraved case back. Of course, it's a full set with a commemorative coin, the attestation, all the documents that comes customarily with the anniversary Patek Philippe pieces. I see that you are asking me to hold, Chris. I will hold, but Miami has been very, UAE, you asked me to hold too long and somebody else stole your seat, as you can see. 85 from the UAE, and let's see if Miami or Chris want to come back at 90,000. I have 85,000 US dollar offered by the United Arab Emirates, who is giving me 90,000. Miami, are you coming back at 90? I have 85 from the UAE, and I am raising my gavel. 85,000. Chris, give me a sign, otherwise UAE is bringing this home. 85,000 going twice, then selling, if there is no further interest, to the United Arab Emirates for 85,000 US dollars. Congratulations, UAE. Fascinating timepiece. 7137 is your paddle. 85 is your prize. Moving on to lot number 18, another Patek Philippe. In this case, one of the most incredible watches made by Patek, a Calatrava with this unusual hieroglyphic dial. Actually, we contacted a professor of Egyptian history, and we managed to decode the meaning of this dial, which actually says Helmut Newton. For this was a watch that was consigned and presented by Saud Al-Thani to Helmut Newton, and of course, as you can imagine, a special order piece. Imagine how rare that is to have a Patek Philippe special order, not to mention such an unusual special order. Truly a piece of Patek Philippe history. I see that people agree with me, so without further ado, let's go at 50, 50,000, 60,000 here in my book. 60,000 already was giving me 65. I have 60,000 here in my, is that a bit? Yes, 65. Thank you, madam. Back to my book at 70,000. Shall we try 75,000? Yes, 75. Thank you. Sorry, then. Sorry, China. The madam here was ahead of you, but I have already 80,000 in the book. Shall we try 85? 85,000. Thank you. Leaping ahead of the competition. I have nothing more here in the book. I have nothing more there in the iPad. It's with you, madam, and not so soon. I'm sorry, but we have competition 90. I have the phone ahead of you, Brighton. Madam, I'm going to give you precedence if you want to come back. It's at with you at the moment. It's at 90 with you. Brighton, I see you. Madam, no? Okay, then Brighton. Thank you. Brighton it is at 95. I'm looking for 100,000. What shall we try to do? 100,000 with Isabella against the madam in the room and against Brighton, who comes back at 110,000. I'm very glad to see that people understand the importance of this timepiece. Truly fascinating and truly mind-blowing. 120. We are on 3 continents now, I think. Hong Kong is joining the fray at 120 and Brighton coming back at 130. 130,000 US dollars for the unique and custom-made 140 Hong Kong Calatrava, reference 3998J. Brighton coming back at 150. The battle is fierce, but the watch is stratospherically intriguing. 150,000 I have from Brighton. I'm now looking for 160. Hong Kong coming back at 160. People are understanding that this is not something that you can see every day or ever for that matters. 170, Brighton, Michigan. We have 170. It's an online battle between Brighton and Hong Kong. Who's coming back at 180? Shall we try 180,000? I can assure you, you're not going to find another one by definition. The only Helmut Newton 3998 is this one. Either you want to bring it home. Considering that you're quite far ahead, I will accept 175. Thank you, James. I will split this because it's fair to give everybody a chance to bring this masterpiece home. I have a new bidder on the phone with James at 175, and I'm looking for 180. Brighton, Michigan is not going to be dissuaded so easily. I have at 180 a Brighton, Michigan bid. 180,000 has been offered. I see that you understood that splitting bids is not the good option. 190. Thank you very much, James. However, you know what? As James before split a bid, I want to offer Brighton the chance of splitting a bid as well. Please, let's make sure that Brighton can offer 195 if they desire. It is just fair. I accepted a split bid from him. I will accept a split bid from you if so you desire. At the moment, it's with James and 190,000 US dollars. 190 going once. I will accept 195. 190 going twice. James, I think that it might be your client's lucky day because he's bringing home a unique hieroglyphic Calatrava by Patek Philippe and 190,000. Final warning, US. Congratulations, James. Very well made. 1041. 190 is the price. 1041 is the paddle. Moving on to lot number, thank you, 19. Patek Philippe, 5970J, one of my favorite references ever. Extremely wearable, perfect size, 30 millimeter, perfectly symmetrical dial. Lemania movement, I could talk a bit too long about this reference, so let's just bid because I see that people understand it. 70, 75, 80, and 85,000 here in my iPad. Who's giving me 90,000? I have 85,000 here in my iPad. I'm looking for 90,000. Hong Kong, thank you, back to my iPad at 95. Who's giving me back at 100,000? 100,000 Hong Kong, back to my iPad already, 110. I'm now looking for 120. I have 110 and 120 Hong Kong online, leaping ahead of my iPad and leaping ahead of my book. It's with you at the moment, Hong Kong. I'm selling it at 120 unless somebody comes back at 130 for the 5970J, 130 UAE. And 140, thank you very much. Against online, we have a room bidder here on my left at 140. I'm now looking for 150. Make no mistake, 5970J was in production in catalog for 1 year only. I see that UAE understands the rarity of this piece. 150, next one should be 160. Who's coming back at 160? I have 150 for the 5970J. I am looking for a 160,000 US dollar bid. It's with UAE at the moment for 150,000 US. Going once for 150,000 US. Going twice and 160. I'm sorry, UAE, we have a very motivated bidder in the room on my left. Next one shall be 170. Siamo a 160 in sala. Ho bisogno di 170. It's in the room at 160. If it is all said and done, I think that I can sell this watch to the bidder gentleman in the room. Going once at 160, going twice at 160, selling, selling, selling at 160 in the room, sold. Fantastic. May I have your paddle number, please? 826. Yeah, sorry. Lot number 20, which is the last lot of this session, I'm ending with a bang. This watch was made in 175 examples to celebrate the 175th anniversary of Patek Philippe in platinum, of course, 2014. That was the anniversary year, with jump, second, and chiming power. Again, a movement that was not ever seen again. And the case and dial construction so incredibly elaborate and charming that truly exudes watchmaking charm. I can see that I have already interest in the book and I'm not surprised, but let's take it easy and let's give everybody a chance to bid. So I'm going to say 260, 280, and here with my book bidder at 300,000. Who is coming back? And 320. I have a book bid at 300,000 Swiss francs, and of course I can sell it, but I am sure that somebody else would like to jump in at 320. Indeed, they do. ISA comes in at 320, but it's not enough because the book comes back at 350,000 US dollars. What shall we do, Isa? Yes, 380. Thank you very much. Very good call because you leap ahead of my book bidder. It's at the moment with you, Isa, at 380,000 US dollar on my right with a phone bidder. 400. Thank you very much. Local battle between our New York colleagues, and Isa doesn't give up. 420. What shall we do? It's a moment at 420. Next one shall be 450,000 US. Shall we try 450? It's at the moment at 420,000 US dollar with Isabella's client on the phone. Is bidding or is waiting? 450. Thank you very much. 450,000. I will take 470, but you know that the next one then will be 490. Let's make sure that online can bid 490, so they desire as well. We are splitting bids and we are now going in 20s. I have 470. I'm looking for 490,000. 470 has been bid for the 5275P-001. Going once. Going. Okay, bidding or not bidding? Not bidding. 470. I think that we have a winner then on the phone. Going once, going twice. Final warning, and Sally to the phone at 470,000 US dollars. Congratulations. 1035. 470. Which concludes my session, and I'm thrilled to welcome our next auctioneer to the rostrum. Gertrude, she's coming. Okay. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
And Marcello DeMarco concludes his session. And we should be getting the next auctioneer up momentarily. Hope everyone is enjoying this special live coverage of the Phillips New York watch auction. I have over 40 people watching. Thanks, you guys. Hope you're enjoying your Saturday. Enjoy the auction. So certainly yesterday's auction at Sotheby's had a lot better deals. It was this one has a lot more higher end pieces, but certainly got into quite a few bidding wars. Let's go back to the action.
Morning, good afternoon, and good evening to collectors all over the world. It's my pleasure to be in New York with you in the New York Showroom today. And it is my pleasure to begin with the Time for Art benefit with Swiss Institute. A celebration between art and horology, where great artists and great makers transform watches into art. Art pieces that can be worn on your wrist anywhere, anytime, and admired with great pleasure. Let's begin with the first four spectacular pieces from the Time for Art collection with lot 21. We have the Mad Edition French made with stainless steel, and this is the property of the designer Eric Journe. He donated this piece himself, and as you can know that he is the long-term designer of MB&F. It is a no reserve lot, but I have multiple bids, and I can already start at 3,500, 3,008, and 4,000 start me. 4,000. For 5, sir? For 5 and for 8 and 5,000 back with me at 5,000 with my advance bid. 5,000 is here, sir. 5,005 Singapore. Welcome Singapore. Thanks for staying up at 5,005. 6,000 now in Pennsylvania. 6,000 with Pennsylvania. 6,005 back to Singapore. 6,005 with Singapore. And 7,000 Miami, Florida. 7,000 now. 7,500 with Connecticut. 7,500. 8,000 Hong Kong. Thank you, Hong Kong. 8,000. 8,500 Monica. 8,500 with Santa Monica. And back with Miami. 9,000 now. Florida, Miami. 9,000. 9,000. It's ahead of you all at 9,000. Who will give me more? It's at 9,000 now. Hong Kong, are you coming back? Santa Monica, it's at 9,000. Raising my gavel then, selling this MB&F donated by Air Juru at 9,000. Fair warning, room bidders. And so, right on the hammer, 9,500. Thank you very much, California. 9,500. Ahead of you all at 9,500. 9,900. $9,500. Who will give me more? Are we all done online? 9,500 then, selling to my collector in Walnut Creek, California. Fair warning, last chance, and sold to you for 9,500, title number 8174. Moving on to lot 22, showing here on the screen is the Trilobe, which won the GPHE award this year, is the Nuit Fantastique with Desert Edition. Let's begin the bidding at 5,000, 5,000, and 6,000 starts me, 6,000 starts me, 6,500, 6,500 now, 6,500 in the room here in New York, 7,000, 7,000 now. And 7,500 back with Canada. So what's that a bit? 7,500. 8,000 now. 8,000. So 8,000 in the room here at 8,000. Who will give me more? It's at 8,000 in room with this collector here at 8,000. And 8,500 back with my advance bid with 8,500. 8,500 now. 8,500. And 9,000 I have already with my advance bid, Oregon. Please try one more. 9,000 is with my advance now. 9,500. Thank you, Oregon. You cleared all my bids. It's worth now at 9,500. 9,000 and 10,000 Florida. 10,000 is with Florida. Who will give me more? 11,000 Portland, Oregon. 11,000 now. 11,000 still. And 12,000 Canada. Good to see you, Canada. 12,000. That's 12,000 for the Trilobe. 12,000. Are we all done? 13,000 Oregon. Clearly not yet. 13,000 with Oregon. 13,000. Canada, would you like one more? It's all online tech activities here, online at 13,000. Sir, would you like one more in the room? That's 13,000. So that's 13,000 ahead of you all at 13,000. Are we all done? Selling then to Oregon for 13,000 Canada. Fair warning, last chance. Sold for 13,000 to paddle number 8382. Congratulations. Thank you. Moving on, we have a very important watch here, lot number 23. It is the Romain Gaultier unique piece made in platinum, collaboration between Romain Gaultier, sir, here with us today. Thank you very much. And Anita Porcher with the gorgeous botanic enamel painting here. It is a no reserve lot. Let's begin the bidding at 50,000. 50,000 starts me. Who will give me the next bid at 50,000? 55,000 now. 55 in the room and 60,000. 60 in the room. 70,000 with James now. 75, back to the gentleman seated. 75 with the gentleman seated. 100,000 ahead of you with Paul at 100,000 now. 110,000 back in the room. 110 is here on my left. 120. Isabella, thank you, Isabella. 120. Paul, sir. 120 is with Isabella. 150. Thank you, Paul. 150 now. 150. 150 is with Paul. Isabella, James, who will join us at 150? Salmon. 150 is here. Asia, are you joining us online at 150,000 with Paul still on the phone? Phone banks, give me a sign. It's 150 now. Isabella, are you still on this lot? Thank you very much. 150 still with Paul. Sir, would you like one more? Thank you very much. 150 still with Paul. Phone banks, are we on this lot? Thank you, James. I'm holding for you at 150,000. 10万 Salmon for this gorgeous Roman Gaultier. 150,000 still with Paul. I will. 160 now with Arthur now on the phone. 160 back with Arthur. 170 with Paul. Ahead of you, Arthur. 170 is with Paul. Shall we try one more, Arthur? 180. Ahead of you still, 170 on my right with Paul. I'm quite sure. This is a unique piece. 170,000. Give you a few more seconds to consider at 170,000 with Paul. Thank you very much then. Room bidders, are we all done? Online, are you joining us? I'm selling to Paul for 170,000. Looks like it's your fault. And sold to you for 170,000, paddle 1048. Congratulations, Paul. Oh, thank you. Moving on to lot 24 now. Here we go. It's the Lebe unique piece. Wonderful piece for your office or desk. And it is a no reserve lot, and I can start the bidding straight already at 9,095, and 10,000 starts me. 10,000 starts me. 11,000 lady in the room, and 12,000 back in the room at 12,000. Ma'am, would you like one more? At 12,000 now. 13,000 now. Back with lady seated. 13 is in the room here in New York. 14, 14,000. 14,000 is ahead of you, ma'am. 15,000 now. 15,000 in the room, seated in the front here. You quite sure? So 15,000 still with you, ma'am, at 15,000. Are we all done online for this unique piece at 15,000? Make no mistake, I'm selling to the lady seated in room for 15,000. Fair warning, sir. Last chance. And sold. Congratulations, ma'am, for 15,000. Paddle number 820. Thank you very much. Moving on, we have lot 25. We have the Rolex GMT Master, reference 1675. Please know that this is a very remarkably well-preserved example with a fuchsia bezel, and it also comes with a Jubilee bracelet. Let's begin the bidding already at 10, 11, 12,000 starts me. 12,000 starts me. 13,000, 14,000, 15,000 now. 15 in the room here. 15,000 in the room, and 16 back with me at 16,000. With my advance bid at 16. 17,000 in the room. 17,000. Ahead of you, Belgium. 17 is here, and 18 back with my advance at 18,000. 18,000 is here with me. And 19,000 now, 19,000 with my advance bid at 19,000. It's ahead of you, it's 19 is here, 20 Belgium, thank you very much, 20,000. 22,000 back with my advance bid at 22,000. Still here with me, Belgium, try one more, at 22,000. 23, but I have 24 with my advance. 24 is here still with my advance. Try one more, sir. Thank you very much. Anyways, 24 is 26,000. Thank you, Hong Kong. 26,000而家係你嘅。The head of all my bids here is with you, Hong Kong. 26,000 is with you. Are we all done? Is it going to Hong Kong? At 26,000. Raising my gavel then. At 26,000, going once, twice, and sold. Congratulations, Hong Kong. 26,000 paddle. 8431. Thank you very much. Moving on to lot number 26, we have a gorgeous tropical Rolex 1016 Explorer with original guarantee and even the chronometer certificate. What a beautiful tropical example, and I can start the bidding at 9, 5, 10, 11,000 start fee, 11,000 start fee, at 11,000. Here with me at 11,000. 12,000 now, online New York, thank you New York, at 12,000. 13,000, new place New York at 13,000. New York, 14,000 in the room, 14,000 here in the room. With the collector here at 14,000. New York online, are you joining me? 14 is still ahead of you in the room at 14,000. Make no mistake, I'm selling to the collector in room for 14,000. Are we all done, New York? Room, phone bidders. 14,000, 15,000. Welcome Hong Kong, 多謝你。15,000而家係你嘅。16? 16,000 back in the room. It's ahead of you, Hong Kong. 16,000而家 is in New York. 16,000 is here in the room in New York at 16,000. 70,000 Hong Kong online. 17. Sir? 18,000. Back to my room bidder here at 18,000. Hong Kong, what do we say? 18,000而家係。18,000. 18,000 in the room seated. Hong Kong, are we all done? Ahead of you at 18,000. Raising my gavel then for this tropical 1016. Fair warning, Hong Kong. Last chance. Sold to you. Congratulations, paddle 855 for 18,000. Thank you. Moving on. Here we go. We have another Rolex. This is the reference 1680 Samaritan meter first with Mark Friedel, also a tropical example, very beautiful, offered by the family of the original owner. I can start the bidding at 9,000, 9,500, 10,000, and 11,000 start fee at 11,000. 12,000 in the room. 12,000 is in the room here. So have you 13,000 New York online, 13,000 with New York online at 13,000. Sir, would you like one more? 14,000 in the room, 14,000. New York online, 15,000. Just ahead of New Jersey, it's 15,000 in the room as well at 15,000. New Jersey, are you coming back? It's at 15,000. 16,000, new place, Maryland. 16,000 online. 17,000 back in the room in New York at 17,000. Maryland, are you coming back? New York online is at 70,000 ahead of you. Shall we try one more? Raising my gavel then. Selling to collector in the room, 18,000 just ahead of you. It's online at 18,000 Maryland. Isabella, let's try one more. 18,000. 19,000 back in the room at 19,000. Ahead of you, Maryland, and ahead of you, Isabella. 19,000 is here in New York sale room. Isabella? Are we all done? 19 ahead of you. 20,000 Maryland. Back with my online bidder from Maryland at 20,000. 22,000 back in the room at 22,000. 24,000 now online. Back with Maryland. 26. With pleasure. 26,000 back here in the room. Maryland, would you like one more? 26 is here in New York sale room. 28,000 back to Maryland online. 28,000 US dollars at 28,000. Thank you anyways. At 28,000, Isabella, are you still on this lot? At 28,000, selling to my collector in Maryland, fair warning, last chance Isabella, and sold to paddle number 8590 for 28,000. Moving on to lot number 28. We have the Great White with the Mark III Tiffany dial. This is very rare example, and I can already start at 13, 14, 15,000, start me at 15,000. 15,000 for this Tiffany Sea Dweller. 15,000, 16,000 Connecticut at 16,000 now with Connecticut online at 16,000. Are we all done? That's 16,000 ahead of you all at 17,000. Welcome California at 17,000. Yemen 13 US dollars. Iwan Chichen 18,000. Macau, thank you Macau. Yemen Basin, you got an egg. It's online with my Macau bidder, thanks for stamp at 19,000 California. It's all online here at 19,000. Macau, would you like 20? 19,000 ahead of you still at 19,000 US dollars. Macau, are you coming back? Rating my gavel then, Macau. Selling to my collector from California for 19,000. Going once, twice, Macau. Sold 19,000 to paddle number 7069. Moving on, we have the Omega of today, lot number 29. This is the reference 2998-1 with straight lugs, the 321 movement, and fresh to market with wonderfully aged looms on the dial, as you can see on my left. And I can start the bidding at 18, 19, and 20,000. 20,000 is right at the low estimate at 20,000. 20,000 is here with me with my advanced bidder at 20,000. Who will give me 22,000 Vermont? Thank you, online. 22,000 is online with Vermont. 24,000 back in the room at 24,000. Vermont, are you coming back? It's at 24,000 in the room. Phone banks, are we on this lot? At 24,000 is ahead of you in the room at 24,000. Chris, are you on this lot? Yes? Okay, sure, I'll wait for you. 24 is in the room here. 24 ahead of you, Chris. 25 I will take, but he can come back at 26. 25 is with Chris on the phone. Thank you very much. 25 is with Chris on the phone, who will give me more at 25,000. 25,000, 26,000, back in the room at 26,000. Chris, would you like 27? 26 is on my right. 27, back with Chris on the phone banks. Try one more. Are you quite sure? It's a gorgeous example at 27,000 on the phone. Are we all done then? Ahead of everyone in the room and online at 27,000 US dollars. Rated my gavel then, selling to Chris and his collector for $27,000 and sold to you for 27,000 paddle 1058. Cute. Moving on, lot 30, not here, and 31. Yes, that's right. We have lot 31. This is the Rolex Cosmograph Daytona reference 6238 with a very early Swiss-only dial, extremely well preserved with the white grenade dial, Mark I bezel. Let's begin the bidding at straight at the low at 30,000. Strike me 30,000. 30,000 starts me at 30,000. At 32,000 back with advance. Just ahead of you, Ohio. 32 is with my advance at 32,000. 32,000 is here, Ohio. 32,000 is here with my advance. Still at 32,000. 32,000. And I have 35. So my advance now at 35,000. It's ahead of you at 35,000. Who will give me more? At 35,000. 38,000 with pleasure. That's at 38,000. but I have 40,000. I have 40 already ahead of you at 40. Doug, Chris, 40 is here with my advance. 42, thank you. 42 is with Doug. And 45 I have here. 45. Who will give me 48,000? Next would be 48. 45 here with my advance at 45,000. 48,000, but I have 50. With my advance at 50,000. One. Man. 50 is with my advance bidder at 50,000. Doug, try one more. Chris, you still on this? 55. Great move. It is yours now. Cleared all my bids at 55 with Doug on the phone. At 55 with Doug. Online, are you joining us? It's at 55 ahead of you with Doug on the phone banks. Chris? 55. It's with Doug. Raising my gavel. Which, not yet. You're on the phone as well, Paul. And 60 with Paul. 60 is with Paul, Chris, and Doug. 60 is here with Paul, with a new bidder here with Paul on the phone at 60. 62 with pleasure. 62 now. Next could be 65. It's ahead of you, Chris and Paul, with Doug. 62 is with Doug. Fine, I'll take 64 then. Doug, you can come back at 66. 66, Doug. Ahead of you, Paul. 66 is with Doug. Next could be 68. 70,000, even better. 70 is with Paul on the phone at 70,000. Doug, 70,000 is ahead of you. 72 then. Paul, what do you offer me now? It's at 72,000. Ahead of you all in the room. 74, thank you, Paul, at 74. All on the phone backs on my right at 74,000 with Paul now at 74,000. 76 back with Doug. 76 now. Thank you for your patience. It's at 76 with Doug. 78 now. Back with Paul on the phone. Who will this? 80,000. Back with Doug. 80,000. Ahead of you, Paul. 81. With Doug. At 80,000. 82. Back with Paul. 82,000 is with Paul on the phone banks at 82,000. Still ahead of you, Doug, at 82,000. We'll give you a moment to discuss with the collector at 82,000. Give me a sign, Doug. 82,000 is ahead of you. $82 is with Paul. 84? 84, Doug. Thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. It's at 84 with Doug. Paul. 84, still ahead of you. Still with Doug on the phone. 84 is with Doug. 84,000, 86,000. 86,000 back with Paul at 86,000 for the Swiss-only Cosmograph Daytona. 86 now. Doug, give me a sign. Are you quite sure? That 86,000 looks like it's yours, Paul, at 86,000 Fair warning, online, in the room, and phone banks at $86,000. Sold to you for $86,000. Congratulations, title number 1007. Thank you very much, Paul. And thank you, Doug, for your collector. Moving on, we have lot number 32. We have the Resonance Type 1 Slim in a gorgeous night blue dial made in titanium. Consigned by the original owner, and I can start the bidding at $7,075 and $8,000 starts me. $8,000 starts me. $8,000. We're here with my advance at $8,005 California, but $9,000 I have in the book at $9,000. $9,500 Texas, $10,000. Still with my advance at $10,000, $11,000, $11,000 in the room, but I have 12 in my advance. 12 is here, still with me. 13,000 Canada. Thank you, Canada, at 13,000 now. 13,000, 13,000 with Canada. Sir, would you like one more? It's ahead of you at 13,000. 14,000 now with Texas online. Canada, are you coming back to me? It's at 14,000 ahead of you. 14,000 still. Sir, would you like to try one? That's 14,000. So at 14,000, are we all done? Canada. It's going to Texas for 14,000. Raising my gavel then. Selling to my collector in Texas. Hong Kong. Thank you, Hong Kong. Thanks for staying up so late. 15,000 now back with my Hong Kong bidder. 15,000而家係你嘅，15,000 $15,000 US dollars. It's with Hong Kong now. 15,000. Are we all done online? Selling to Hong Kong then for 15,000. Raising my gavel. 15,000 going once, going twice, and sold to Hong Kong for 15,000. Paddle number 7424. Thank you. Moving on, we have the Langensohn lot 33 in Pinko with a gorgeous black dial from Turkey 1998. I can start the bidding at 14, 15, 16,000 starts me. 16,000 starts me for this gorgeous. 17,000 now in the room and 18,000 back with me. My advance at 18,000. Ma'am, would you like one more? 18 is here for this Lange one. 18 is with my advance. Online, are you joining? 19,000 Singapore. Thank you. 19,000 Singapore. 20,000 and 22,000. It's back with my advance at 22,000. Singapore, are you coming back? 22 here with my advance at 22,000. 22 is here with my advance. Ma'am, try one more at 22. Singapore, are we coming back for this lot? Wonderful example of the Lange one. 22,000. We're still considering. This is a great watch. Will look wonderful on your wrist at 22,000. And 23,000, but I have 24,000 Hong Kong. 24 is with me. So with my advance at 24,000. Who will give me more? It's at 24,000 with my advance. 2,418 香港. 24,000 is here with me. Ma'am? Are you quite sure? Yes, I'm looking at you. At 24,000, are we all done? Selling them for 24,000. Sold to paddle number 7312 for 24,000. Moving on, we have lot 34. We have the FP Journe Chronometer Souverain with a Havana dial, gorgeous chocolate dial with guarantee and presentation box. And I can start the bidding at 19, 20, 22,000 starts me at 22,000. At 22,000. 22,000 is here, 24,000, but 26 I have already. Thank you. Online at 26,000, still with my advance with 28,000 and 30,000 back with my advance, Maryland. 30,000 is here, still at 30,000 for the Havana. 32,000 New York, and 35,000 now. But I have 38 with my advance at 38,000. 40,000 with Paul. I'm out. It's yours now at 40,000. It's ahead of you online. It's with Paul on the phone at 40,000. Come back to me online. 40,000 with Paul on the phone. 42,000 Australia. 45,000 back with Paul on the phone. 45 is with Paul on the phone, Australia. Try one more. It's ahead of you, Australia, with Paul for 48,000. Same amount in Hong Kong. Thank you. It's yours now at 48,000 Hong Kong. 48 is ahead of you, Paul. And 50, Turkey. Welcome, Turkey. New place at 50,000. Man, you got Turkey here, Hong Kong. 50,000 is ahead of you at 50,000. Paul? At 50. Thank you very much, then. 50,000. It's with Turkey. Hong Kong, are you coming back to me? 55. Thank you, Hong Kong. 55. Man, xin. Hong Kong. 55,000. Turkey, would you like 60? 55 is with Hong Kong. I think it's quite late in Hong Kong, so thank you very much. At 55,000, raising my gavel then, Turkey. Selling for 55,000 to my Hong Kong collector. Going once, twice, Turkey. Sold for 55,000 Hong Kong, US dollars. 7424. Moving on, we have lot 35. Here we go. It is the wonderful Creedor, the Ichi-2 made in platinum with a wonderful porcelain dial, consigned by the original owner. Let's see. I can start the bidding at 19, 20, 22,000. 22,000 starting at 22,000. 24,000 online, but I have 26 with my advance at 26,000. 28,000 United Kingdom, welcome. You've cleared all my bids. 28 is yours now. United Kingdom at 28,000. Who would give me more for this Creedor? 28,000. 30,000. New place, UK at 30,000. It's all online here with my UK collectors at 30,000. Are we all done? At 30,000. You're on this, Paul? 30,000 still at 13,000 with UK. 32,000 on the phone back at 32,000. UK, would you like 35? 32 is here in New York at 32,000. 32,000 is with Paul. UK, are you coming back online? 32,000 is with Paul. Selling to Paul. 32,000 going once. Going twice, UK. Sold to you, paddle number 1079 for 32,000. Moving on to the last lot of my session, and we have the first generation Lang & Söhne with the black dial made in platinum. I can start the bidding straight at 30,000. 30,000 start me at 30,000 with my advance at 30,000. 30,000, 32 Pennsylvania, but 35 I have with my advance at 35,000. At 38,000 back with my advance and 40,000 now. 40 is still here with my advance. 40 is here. 42,000, thank you, New Jersey, but 45 I have. 45 is here. 48 Hong Kong, thank you, Hong Kong, but I have 50 with my absentee bid at 50,000. 50 is with me here with my absentee bid at 50,000 with my absentee bid in the books at 50,000. Still at 50. 50,000. Are we all done? For $50,000 for this first generation Lang & Söhne datograph at 50. Online, are you joining me? That's 50. Raising my gavel, selling to my absentee bidder for $50,000. Going once, twice, and sold to my absentee bidder for $50,000, paddle number 6001. Thank you very much, and please welcome the next auctioneer, Marcello.
Marcello De Marco coming up next. Thanks everyone for joining the live coverage of the Phillips New York watch auction. Live from Phillips on 56th and Park Avenue.
Hello.
Hope you're having a good time, everyone.
Okay.
If you want to jump on the panel, I'll drop the link in the StreamYard if you want to talk over the auctioneers.
Very well. Thank you very much, Gertrude, for your fantastic performance. And I'm happy to inaugurate my second session today with a streak of cloisonné wall-time Patek Philippe timepieces, a model I am particularly in love with. Inspired by vintage references from the 50s.
I saw these world times in person on Thursday night,
typical
and
of
they're
these
beautiful.
timepieces, extremely hard to make.
Unfortunately, they all have
very,
L.
very
Angeles.
few are made. Furthermore, the reference is, of course, discontinued, and it is in 40 millimeter, a perfect size.
Some of them
I see
have
that I
Hong
already
Kong
have
instead of
interest for
Beijing,
the
which is
first one,
really
lot 37,
interesting
the
because
white gold
Patek Philippe
version
stopped
with the
putting Hong Kong
Eurasia
on
map.
to appease the
And
Chinese.
so let's begin
and
at
they changed over to
40,
Beijing.
42,
So
45,
there are some of these that
48,
have Hong Kong.
$50,000 here in my iPad. It's coming back at 55. At 55, I have 50,000 here in my iPad. I'm looking at 55. Thank you, Miami. But back to my iPad at 60,000. Who's scared to come back at 65? 60,000, 65 Hong Kong. Thank you. But back to my iPad at 70,000 from Australia. Thank you very much. Next one shall be 75, which is Saudi Arabia coming in at 75. I have nothing more here and nothing more here. It's you, Saudi, but not so much because Malaysia coming in at 80,000 US. Truly most worldwide bidding, and it's now at 80,000 in Malaysia. Anybody coming back at 85? I have an 80,000 US dollar bid from Malaysia, and I'm looking for 85,000. If it is all said and done, I think I can raise my gavel, and Malaysia will be the lucky new owner of the white gold 5131G. Going once to Malaysia, going twice to Malaysia, and not so soon, new bidder, grazie mille, 85.000 in sala, 85,000 in the room. I'm now looking for 90,000. Malaysia, are you coming back against our New York room bidder? We are at 85, 85 con lei, al momento con lei a 85, I'm looking for 90,000. And 85,000, going once, 85.000, going twice, selling in the room, on my left at 85,000 US dollars. Congratulations, and may I have your puzzle number, please? 826. Thank you very much. 85,000 is the hammer. Which brings me to lot number 38, the pink gold variation of the model 5131R. In this case, with the Pacific Ocean map. From 2017, of course, full set, as you can imagine. And also here I have interest, so let's try the same as before, 40, 42, 45, 48, and 50,000 here in my iPad. Who's coming back at 55? I have 50,000 here in my iPad. London, thank you, 55, but back to me at 60,000. Would you care to try 65, London? Malaysia care to try 65, but I already have 70 in my iPad from Zhongguo, Xie Zhongguo. Chi1 by Zhongguo, I'm looking for 75, 75,000. Miami, it's with you leaping ahead of my Chinese advanced bidder. It's going to you, Miami, at 75,000, unless Malaysia comes back at 80,000. Please note how warm this watch is. Truly a dream on the wrist, and it can be yours, Malaysia, if you come back at 80. Otherwise, I think that we have a very happy Miami bidder, because I'm saying it. Going once for 75,000 to Miami, going twice for 75,000 to Miami, selling to Miami, Florida, the 5131R at 75,000 US dollars. Thank you, Miami, 7633, 75,000. Moving on, the second last of the four is the J5131 from 2012 with the Americas and Europe map. Of course, again, full set, as you expect, excellent condition. And let's begin at same as before, 40, 42, 45, 48, and 50,000 US dollar with my advanced bidder, who's coming back at 55. Miami, thank you, 55, but back to my advance. Actually, advance is more than one at 60,000. Anybody coming back at 65,000? I had 60 from my advance from Carlisle, Massachusetts. I'm looking for 65,000 US dollar. Monaco comes in at 65,000. Monaco, thank you very much, and very smart move, because you overtook everything that I have on my iPad and equally overtook everything I have on my book. It's with you, Monaco, at 65,000, unless Saudi comes in at 70, and so they do. Thank you, Saudi, and welcome. Let's see if Monaco wants to come back at 75. It's online, going to Saudi Arabia at 70,000 US dollar. Monaco, are you coming back at 75? If it is all said and done, I'm raising my gavel, and I'm making somebody in Saudi Arabia very, very happy, or maybe not so soon. Carlisle coming back, Massachusetts at 75,000 US dollar. As you can see, rare and beautiful watches are not easy to be snatched in an auction room, but maybe 80,000 might be your lucky number. At the moment, is going to Carlisle for 75,000 US dollar. Going once to Carlisle at 75. Saudi, going twice to Carlisle for 75. Fair warning, no regrets, selling to Carlisle for 75,000 US dollars. Thank you, Carlisle, 75, 7485. Which brings us to lot 40, the last one of the trio plus one, if you want to call it like that. The only one of the 5131 that was made originally with a bracelet, the massive P version with the surprising North Pole map. Fantastic timepiece in very high demand, as you can expect from a platinum Patek Philippe, discontinued and so rare. So, well, I think we can go beyond the 40 and 50 that we did before. 60, 65, 75, and 80,000 US dollar here in my iPad. Who's coming back at 85? I had $80,000 with my advanced bidder, and I'm looking for 85. Miami comes in, thank you, but back to my advances at 90,000. Who's coming back at 95? I have 90,000 with my advances. I'm looking for 95. Long Beach, California, 95, but back to my advances at 100,000 US. Who's coming back? California, Miami, anybody coming back? I am looking for 110 US dollar for this fascinating wrist timepiece. It's going to Arcadia, California for 100,000 US dollars for the time being. And I think that Arcadia will be extremely happy to bring it home at this level, consider the current value of the watch. So it's, Taiwan doesn't like to miss an opportunity, and so they say 110. Welcome, Taiwan, and smart move, leaping ahead of everything I have here and there. It's with you, Taiwan, and you're bringing it home at 110 US dollars hammer. Unless, of course, somebody has to object. Anybody objecting online? Otherwise, it's time to send this watch to Taiwan. Going once at 110, going twice at 110,000 US dollars, selling to our paddle 8881, very auspicious paddle. I think it brought you well. To Taiwan for 110,000 US dollar. 110 8881 is the paddle number. 8881. There we go. Moving, unfortunately, away for the wartime, but look what we land on. An incredibly attractive Hermes DLC coated titanium and ceramic bezel limited edition H08 made for Odinki. Put this watch on your wrist and you will see why it is so in demand, apparently, judging from the iPad. It's a no reserve lot, but as often it happens, that does not mean no interest. So let's begin at 2 to 2 to 4 to 8 to 6 to 8 and 3,000. I have 3,000 here with my advanced bids. Anybody coming back at 3.2? Yes, 3.2, and back to me at 3.5. Shall we try 3.8? Yes, 3.8, and back to me at 4. Shall we try 4.2? 4.2, and back to me at 4.5. Do we have a 4.8? And 4.8, but I'm afraid it's still not enough. And 5.5, then it is excellent. Shall we try 6? Yes, we have a 6 in the room. It's a room battle at this moment. I had nothing. 6.5. Shall we try 7? 7 it is. Shall we try 7.5? 7.5. 7.5 with the phone, with Paul. I'm looking for 8,000 US dollar. What shall we do? 8,000. Thank you very much, sir. 8,000 against you, Paul. Not so easy. I'm going to need at least 8.5, if that's enough. Sir, apparently, you are on top of this watch. I'm going to give a few moments to our online community to think about it, but otherwise, I'm selling the Odinki Hermes limited edition in the room for 8,000 US dollars. Going once, going twice, selling, selling, selling. Sold. Congratulations, paddle 856 for 8,000. Moving on to lot number 42, we have a Lacroix. Like the previous watch, the previous piece, it is sold to benefit the Swiss Institute. Apologies for omitting this detail, very important detail before. And look at this iridescent movement and skeletonized dial. Absolutely fascinating, offered with no reserve. And again, no reserve does not mean no interest. So 2 to 2 to 4 to 6 to 8 and 3,000. Already I have 3,000, it's coming back at 3.2. With my advanced bidder at 3,000 US dollars, I'm looking for 3,002. Ridgewood, New Jersey, 3.2, thank you. But my advances at 3.5 from Hong Kong. I'm now looking for 3.8. I have an advanced bid from Hong Kong at 3.5. Ridgewood, are you coming back at 3.8? Otherwise, I think that Hong Kong will be very happy to bring this home at 3.5 unless Monaco has project. Thank you, Monaco, 3.8, but Hong Kong comes back at 4,000. Shall we try 4.2, Ridgewood, Monaco? Germany, new bidder, 4.2 from Germany. As you can see, it lures lots of collector, and I'm not surprised given the attractiveness and unusual looks of this timepiece. Hong Kong doesn't want to let it go. 4.5 for Hong Kong. Thank you very much, Hong Kong. Who is coming back at 4.8? You are bringing home a beautiful watch, and you are doing a charitable action at the same time. Hong Kong took advantage of it, and it's leading at 4,500. So unless somebody else jumps in at 4.8, I think that this San Antonio, new bidder again. Welcome, Texas, 4.8. Does anybody come back at 5,000? I have 4.8 from San Antonio, Texas, and I'm looking now for 5,000 US dollars. If it is all said and done, I think that it's not all said and done. Hong Kong, 5,000. Thank you very much. Upping the ante, and so we go to 5.5 for the next one. I have Hong Kong online at 5,000. I am now looking for 5,500 US dollars. Who is giving me 5.5, or are we sending the Lacroix to Hong Kong? Going once at 5,000. Thank you, San Antonio. I'm sorry, Hong Kong, you're going to have to make another effort because Texas really wants this timepiece and is bidding 5,500 US dollars from Texas. Hong Kong, shall we try 6,000? It's going to San Antonio, Texas at 5.5. Going once. Hong Kong, back, 6,000. Chi-1, xie. 6,000 from Hong Kong. I'm now looking for 6.5 from San Antonio, or the phones, or the room, or another online bidder. You are all welcome to bid and highly encouraged given the looks and attractiveness of this timepiece. Hong Kong is leading though, and we have to reach a conclusion sooner or later. So I think it's time to say, going once, 6,000. San Antonio is not letting it go. Well done, San Antonio. $6,500. Hong Kong, it's your call. I'm looking for 7,000 US dollars. It's at the moment going to San Antonio, Texas at 6.5. Are you coming back at 7, or are you making Texas very happy today? 6.5 going once. 6.5. Hong Kong is coming back. I'm sorry, Texas. It's not yet yours. I'm going to need 7.5. At the moment, it's with Hong Kong. Thank you, Hong Kong, online at Chi-1, 7,000 US dollars. Xie Shangang. 7,000. 7,000 for Hong Kong was giving me 7.5. Chi-1 going once. Chi-1 going twice. Selling to Hong Kong for 7,000 US dollars. Congratulations, Hong Kong, 7,8256. Thank you very much. Apparently, it's never too late to receive bids. Let me update the situation here. Okay, there we go. Thank you very much. I'm going to give this back to you. And we begin then lot 43, another one sold to benefit the Swiss Institute. And you might be thinking that the only particularity of this dial is the green graphics, but you might not have noticed that it is a full jade dial. You have to look at it to understand the beauty and attractiveness of this fascinating timepiece. I believe that many people looked and appreciated. So let's begin. Well, no reserve lot, but again, let's go fast. 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, and 30,000 here in my iPad, and 32,000 here in the book, and 35,000 again in the iPad. Who's coming back at 38? 38, Lakewood Ranch, Florida, but back to my 40, okay, 40, thank you very much. Who's coming back at 42? I have on the phone on my left 40,000, and I'm looking for 42,000. On the phone with Chris on my left 40,000. Who's coming back online at 42,000? It's Chris at 40,000. Very well, 42,000 from Singapore with my advances. I have 42,000 US dollars from Singapore, and I'm looking for Hong Kong, 45. Thank you very much. Shall we try 48? Hong Kong was ahead of you, and it's now leading at 45,000. 48, thank you, Chris, but I'm afraid I already have an absentee at 50,000 with paddle 7261 from Singapore. Hong Kong, however, doesn't let it go so soon. 55 immediately bouncing back the Singapore offer and taking the lead. And New York jumps in at 60,000. Thank you very much, New York, against Singapore. I already mentioned that I have nothing more here, and nothing more here as well. Hong Kong, 65,000. Thank you very much, Hong Kong. I'm now looking for a 70,000 US dollar offer. Otherwise, Hong Kong will bring home the Jade Laurent Ferrier. 65,000. Of course, a classic micro rotor model. 65,000 going to Hong Kong once. 65,000 going to Hong Kong twice. And New York comes back. He does not want to let it go, and I understand why. 70,000 US dollar offered from New York online. Thank you, New York. Hong Kong doesn't let it go so soon. 75 immediately answering to New York's provocation. What will we do, New York? Are you coming back at 80? Or are you letting Hong Kong take it home at 75? It's at the moment at 75,000 US dollar. All of them and the buyer's team are going to the New York does not let it go yet. 80,000 US dollars from New York, from the Steel and Jade 85 coming back. Hong Kong, fantastic battle. I am very happy for you, gentlemen. Whoever wins it definitely deserves it, as they appreciate the importance of a stainless steel timepiece with jade dial. 85,000 is at the moment going to Hong Kong, and I'm looking for 90,000 US dollars. Who's coming back at 90,000? Hong Kong. I think that a smile might come to your face because I'm raising the gavel and I'm saying 85,000 going once, 85,000 going twice. Hong Kong, I think you deserve this applause, and you bring home the jade and stainless steel Laurent Ferrier for 85,000 US dollars. Congratulations, Hong Kong, 7230, 85,000. Sorry. This also is an extremely intriguing timepiece, also sold to benefit the Swiss Institute. This Chanel from 2009 boyfriend sweetheart. You might not have noticed that not only as a champ-levé cloisonné dial, not only this dial is extremely complicated, not only it was made by the most important living enameler, Anita Porcher, but it is even signed by her with her monogram AP at 6. Absolutely incredible dial, a work of art in all respects and purposes. and extremely important in my opinion. The watch is offered with no reserve, but you already see that there is interest. So let's go at 2022, 24, 26, and $28,000 with my advance bidder, who is coming back at 30,000. I have 28,000 with my advance bidder, and I'm looking for a $30,000 offer. 28,000. I have 28,000 from Australia. Anybody come back 30,000? So I'm sorry I didn't guess the name, but 30,000. I already have to go to 32,000 from Australia. Australia truly understood the importance of an Anita Porsche Champ-Levé polychrome enamel dial and is offering in advance 32,000. Anybody coming back at 35,000? I have 32,000 in Australia. Bala Sinvid, Pennsylvania, 35,000. Smart move because you're leaping ahead of my advance bidder, and it's the moment with you. What shall we try? Shall we try 38? I know that there is some phones. I see Paul on the phone, Isabella on the phone, Alex on the phone. What shall we do? 35,000. I think this is your lucky day, Pennsylvania, because Alex is shaking his head, Paul and Isabella as well. You are bringing home the Champ-Levé Porsche dial with a Chanel timepiece with Porsche dial at 35,000 US dollars. Lot number 8001. Thank you very much. 35 is your hammer. One more. As often, it's never too late to get some extra bid. There we go. And thank you very much. We stay in the realm of Laurent Ferrier as before. Limited edition of the Galet Traveler for Odinki in titanium. Not only is beautiful to look at with this contrasting blue, tone of blue dial, but extremely practical because it's a travel time thanks to the second hour display on the left at 9 o'clock. Fascinating timepiece, excellent condition, certificate box from 2007, as you might expect. As you might expect, there is quite a bit of interest, both in my book, with a new bid, and in my iPad. So let's begin at the minimum. Why not? 20, 22, 24, and 26,000 here in my advanced bids. 26 was coming back at 28. I have 26,000 with the Nomani advanced bid. I'm looking for 28,000. San Jose, California, thank you very much. But back to my advanced bidder at 30,000. From Oman, still 30,000. I'm now looking for a $32,000 bid. Who is coming back at 32,000? I have 32, Teaneck, New Jersey. Thank you very much. But next to my advanced bidder, Oman, has it at 35 still. Who's coming back at 38? I'm looking for a 38. White Plains, New York. Thank you. And you know what? You are ahead of the iPad, but I'm afraid you're not ahead of the book because I have a just fresh from the phone bid at 40,000. Paddle number 6032. Who then is coming back at 42? I have here a commission bid at 40,000 and I have no more advanced bids. So what's going to happen? Is it going to be enough, 42, or is it not going to be enough? At the moment, our commission bidder is winning. Palatine, Illinois. You want to know if you're ahead? You know what? You are indeed. You overtook my 40,000 commission bid, and it's now going to you for 42,000 US dollar. Palatine, Illinois, unless somebody else, our previous bidder, has something to say against it. I have 42,000 Palatine, Illinois. Going once, 42,000. Going to Illinois twice, selling to Illinois for 42,000 US dollars. Thank you, Illinois. 42,000. 8189 is your paddle. Which brings us to lot 46, the Octa Auto Reserve de Marche by F.P. Journe. Fascinating timepiece with this asymmetric dial, extremely practical and extremely in demand. I see that we have new bids here and we have bids also in my iPad. So let's begin at 50, 55 and 60,000 already. 65, thank you, sir, but I already have 70,000. 75, back to my commission at 80,000. Shall we try a little bit more? I have 80,000 already and 85. Scottsdale, Arizona, already 85 coming from Scottsdale, Arizona. Paul, what shall we do? I have an $85,000 from Scottsdale, Arizona. I see Chris might be interested. Yes, 90, there you go, Chris. Leaping ahead on my advance bids and leaping ahead on my commission bids. It's with you, Chris, at the moment for 90,000. Paul, you are under the gun. Okay, I see heads shaking. I see phones, but Chris is leading the pack for the time being. And unless there is further development coming from online, I think we might make Chris's client very, very happy. Going once at 90,000, going twice at 90,000, selling on the phone to Chris' client for 90,000 US dollar. Thank you, Chris. 1054, 90,000. Moving on to lot number 47, we have the Balancé Contemporain by Greubel Forsey, a limited edition of 33 pieces of this, of which this is number 26 with certificate presentation box with exposed balance wheel, typical of Greubel Forsey, but with this new round case, which I particularly love. Fascinating, fascinating proposition. As such, I see interest both in the book and in my advance bids. So let's begin. The minimum is 80. Yeah, that's not going to fly. 55, 60, 65, 75, 80, 85,000 already. Who's coming back at 90,000? 90, thank you. 195 already with my commission bidder. Gonna come back at 100? There you go, but I already have 110 in my iPad. Advance at 110, 7172 is the bidder. Who's coming back at 120? I have an advance at 110,000 US dollars. Paul. 120, Doug. Thank you. Sorry, Bethesda. Doug was a split second ahead of you. Would you care and come back at 130, Bethesda? Good news is that there is another bid. Thank you very much. 130 on the phone. Gertrude, welcome back. I haven't heard from you for a while. 130 on the phone with our auctioneer, Gertrude, on my right. Who's coming back at 140,000? I have Gertrude with 130. I'm looking for 140. Nothing more in the book, nothing more in the advances. It's all with Gertrude. 130. Doug, Paul, what are we saying? Shaking heads? Shaking heads? Gertrude, I think we have a winner. Going once, 130. Going twice, 130. Number 26, Greubel Forsey, Balancé Contemporain, goes to Gertrude's client for 130,000 US dollars. Thank you very much, Gertrude. 130, puzzle 1005. Moving on to lot number 48, an FB Journe, and what FB Journe? Shiny dial, tourbillon souverain in platinum, number 38 from 1999. Brass movement, exactly what you would expect as the pinnacle of FB Journe goodness. And as such, I have quite a bit of interest, of course, offered with certificate of authenticity. I was forgetting that. All in the book this time. So let's begin at 400. Thank you, but already have 420. Shall we try 450? 500. Thank you. I have 550. It's always a pleasure. 600. Thank you, Isabella. I think that might do the trick. It's with you at 600,000. Nothing more in the book. That was 650. Not so soon. The attractiveness of early Journe 700 cannot be understated. What shall we do? I have 700 on the phone with 750. Not a second of hesitation, Isabella. This tells you how important and sought after this watch is. 750, 800. Isabella is not keen to waiting either, Alex. Are you coming back at 850 as fast as she did? Yes? No. 800. 800 with Isabella. I'm looking for 850,000 US dollars. Thank you very much, Mr. Godby. It's with you on my left. Isabella, you're on my right. Or Mrs. Proya, if you prefer. Shall we try 900,000 US dollars? We are at 850,000 US dollars. I will take at 70, but then you know that Alex can come back at 890. If so, he desires. It's with you, Isabella, on my right, on the phone at 870,000 Alex has to decide if he wants to come back, and we're moving in 20s. So next, 890, Alex does come back. Thank you very much, Alex. Isa? Shall we try 910? Shall we try 910? $900. 900 it is. Next one shall be 920. 910, splitting again. Okay, new contender. It's never too late to have fun with us. 910, Arthur jumping. 920 it is. You see, we eventually got there, Alex. It was a bit of a convoluted road, but we reached your goal. 920, who's coming back at 930 at this point, I guess? I have 920,000 US dollars offered by Alex Godby's client. Isabella and Arthur are in the game, and they're discussing whether they want to come back at 930, 940, 950, 1 million maybe. 930, Isabella takes the lead at this point. The competition is fierce, but I see that people are not easily deterred. 950, fantastic bid. 950,000 US dollar for the very early 1999 Tourbillon Souverain in platinum with, of course, shiny dial, as you would expect from such an early jour. The moment is important. I'm going to leave a few seconds to people to think it over. It's at 950,000. I will most happily accept 960, and I thank you for your bidding, as I do thank all our other clients. 970, 960 is not going to cut it, Arthur. I'm going to need at least 980 and possibly more. It's with Alex at 970,000 US dollar in the room, and Arthur is jumping ahead of you, Alex. 980. No? Yes? No? No? Okay, so sorry, it's with you. I misunderstood. It's still with you at 970. 970,000 US dollars from Alex Godby's client. 980. Arthur does not give up. Thank you very much. 1 million. Well done, Alex. Excellent bidding. I guess, ladies and gentlemen, you heard what Alex said. We are into 7 figures now. What shall it be? Good news is not, I'm not going to demand a standard increment, so you can offer less than 1-1. We are at $1 million with 3 contenders in the room, 3 very fierce contenders. I think that somebody is dropping out. Isa, Paul, somebody else is dropping out. Alex, I think you are the winner of this amazing fight. Going once for 1 million, going twice for 1 million, selling on the phone to Alex Godby's client for 1 million US dollars. Paddle 1002. Which brings us back to Patek Philippe, lot number 49, which is going to appear soon enough. There we go. A fascinating 1953 pocket timepiece, reference 600-3 in platinum and with diamond set band and diamond set numeral. Fascinating timepiece, and as such, I already see interest. So let's go at 665 and 7,000 already. Let's pass by the minimum estimate. 7,000 already. Who's coming back at 7.5? 7,000. I'm looking for 7,500 and 7.5 and 8,000. Thank you very much. Sorry, Hong Kong. Already have 8,000 here with my advanced bidder. Are you coming back at 8.5, Hong Kong? Yes. Thank you, Hong Kong. It's 5, but it's not enough. I already have 9. Shall you try 9.5? 9.5, thank you, but my advance comes back at 10,000, paddle 7137. Shall we try 11 Hong Kong? It might be the lucky one. I have 10,000 offer from the United, Doug coming in at 11,000, and indeed it is your lucky number because you jump ahead of all my advances and I have no commission. So it's with you at 11,000 unless Hong Kong comes back at 12,000. Shall we come back at 12,000 Hong Kong? No, but United Arab Emirates does. 12,000 to UAE. Thank you very much, UAE. New contender. Doug, are you coming back at 13? It's at the moment going online to UAE. I see Doug is shaking head. I'm going to leave a second to our Hong Kong online bidder to think it over, but I'm calling it 12,000 going once, 12,000 going twice, selling to UAE for 12,000 US dollars. Thank you, UAE, paddle 7137, 12,000. Moving on to lot 50, we still stay in the realm of vintage Patek Philippe and look at this fantastic stainless steel reference 3466 Calatrava from 1963. Extremely attractive and wearable and preserved in absolutely stunning condition. You should see the quality of that waterproof case, by the way. As such, you will not be surprised to see quite a bit of interest actually, both in the book and in the iPad. So let's begin at 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14,000 with my iPad bidder. Who's coming back at 15,000? Thank you, 15, but back to my iPad at 16. Sorry, Richfield, shall we try 17? Americaine was ahead of you, 17, but back to my iPad bidder at 18. Shall we try 19? Or Richfield with might come back at 19 already. I have a room bidder. I have online bidder, but it's at the moment here in my iPad with my advanced bidder at 18,000 US dollar. Belgium, new bidder jumps in at 19, but I have 20 here already. Armonk, New York has offered $20,000 in advance. I am now looking for 22,000 US dollars, and I will not split bids after an advance bid, I'm afraid. 22,000, Belgium doesn't think twice about it, and good call, because you overtake my advances. 22,000 going to Belgium for the time being, unless somebody online has something to say against it. Belgium might be your lucky day, because you're bringing home an incredible pocket timepiece for a very attractive price. 22,000 going once, 22,000 going twice, selling to Belgium for 22,000 US dollars. Thank you, Belgium. 227298 is your puddle. Which brings us to lot number 51. Still staying in the realm of Patek Philippe, still staying in the realm of pocket watches, but we are upping the ante with a perpetual calendar proposition. Furthermore, never before seen in this configuration. Reference 725-3, excellent condition with box and original certificate. A treasure trove for the lover of vintage and rare pocket watches. Apparently, there are quite a few of those around. So let's begin at 20, 22, 24, and 26,000 with my advanced bidder already. Who's coming back at 28? I have 26,000 by advanced bidder for Chatham, New Jersey. 28, Switzerland, thank you, but New Jersey comes back at 30,000. Are you coming back at 32, Switzerland? I have from Chatham, New Jersey, 30,000. 32, Switzerland, thank you, but it's not enough. I have 35,000, 8991. Still from Chatham, New Jersey, has left 35 in advance. Hong Kong jumping to the fray at 38,000, overtaking my advances. It's with you, Hong Kong, unless Switzerland comes back at 40,000. Definitely worth it for this watch. Amazing timepiece, fascinating piece of Patek Philippe history. And we have a new contender, Gertrude, 40,000 on the phone. Thank you very much. Here on my right, who's coming back at 42,000? Hong Kong, Switzerland. Would you care and try 42? Otherwise, Gertrude is bringing this home at 40,000 US dollars. 42,000 UAE. I am happy to see we are there are very, very many watch connoisseurs in the UAE. They have been bidding on important timepieces, but I'm afraid Asia is not being deterred, and it's full of collectors and connoisseurs as well. 45 in the room on the phone. UAE. Yes, Thank you very much. 48,000. It's with you at the moment. The full set from 1954. They kept everything for more than 70 years. 725 is going now to Gertrude at 50,000. I'm sorry, UAE, that was not enough. I'm gonna need an additional bid. It's with you. It's with you. It's with Gertrude on the phone, and 55,000. UAE is not the third, and I totally understand why. And you neither, Gertrude. 60,000. Important watches in fantastic condition, and full sets are always in demand and are never overpaid. I can tell you this for sure. 60,000 is with Gertrude. 65,000. UAE jumps in. What shall we do? It's at 65. 70,000, Gertrude. It's with you at 70,000 US dollars. I'm now looking for 75,000. UAE. Thank you, sir. 75,000. UAE comes back online at 75,000. 80,000, Gertrude. Thank you very much. The competition is fierce. I understand. One of a kind so far this watch. None other is known. Fantastic condition and full set. I think it's time to raise my gavel. UAE, it's with Gertrude on the phone at 80,000 US dollars. Going once to Gertrude, 85,000, 85,000, new bidder in the room. You will not, I'm not so surprised. I know the collector, very knowledgeable, but Gertrude is not the third as well. 90,000. UAE, you are now against Gertrude, and the room which comes back immediately at 95,000. Grazie mille. 95,000 in sala. We have 95 in the room. I'm now looking for 100,000 US dollars. Anybody coming back at 100,000? È al momento con lei a 95, ma temo di avere Gertrude at 100,000. Thank you very much, Gertrude. 110? 110, 110 in sala. Alla mia sinistra, on my left, 110. 110,000 US dollar. 120. 130. Siamo a 130 alla mia sinistra. We are at 130 in the room on my left, against Gertrude, against UAE online. I will take 35, sir. You can come back at 140 if so you desire. Yes, you do. 140,000. We're moving in fives. Let's make sure that UAE can bid 5,000 more. It's 145, if so they desire online. It's 145, 150? 150 or 145? Gertrude? 150. No time to lose for Gertrude. 160? 160. Abbiamo 160, 180, 180, 180. Thank you, Gertrude. I understand that in China is quite late. I thank you for staying up, but I can assure that the watch is absolutely worth the lack of sleep tonight. You will see when you receive it, if you receive it, because Italy, our room bidder, might come back at 190. I see head shaking. We might have a winner, Gertrude. Going once at 180, UAE, it's your chance. Going twice at 180, selling the only known 725-3 in this configuration with box and papers to Gertrude for 180,000 US dollar. Very well done, Gertrude. 1056 is your paddle number. 180. Moving on to lot 52, we stay in the real Patek Philippe, but we move forward a few decades as it is a 2014 anniversary timepiece made for 175th anniversary of the brand, a multi-scale pure chronograph in platinum. Yes, that's it. It was made in only 100 pieces, one of the smallest limited editions made by Patek Philippe. As such, you can imagine how collectible it is. It's offered as well with the coin, with the certificate, with the presentation box, everything. and with interest. So let's begin at 50, 55, 60, and 65,000 here in my iPad. Who's coming back at 70,000? Yes, 65,000 US dollar with my advanced bidder Singapore. Miami comes back at 70, back to my advance at 75. Thank you, Singapore. BD, 80,000, back to me at 85. Who's coming back at 90,000? I have an advance at 85 and looking for 90 for Loader. Thank you, not enough though. I have 95 already, 7320, offered in advance. And 100,000, Gertrude, leaping ahead of the competition now. Yes, that's enough. For Loader, 110. As you can see, important area of timepieces demand competition and fast competition. Gertrude, shall we try 120? It's at Fort Lauderdale, 110 for the time being. I see, I'm giving you some space. Absolutely. It's with Fort Lauderdale at 110,000 US dollars. I'm looking now for 120 for the limited edition, one of 100 pieces, 5975 multi-scale chronograph in platinum. 110 is going to Fort Lauderdale once. 110 is going to Fort Lauderdale twice. You're shaking your head. Want to try 115? And sold to Fort Lauderdale. Congratulations, 110, 7395 is your puzzle number. Which brings us to lot 53. The Tiffany Tasty Tondi. Connoisseurs don't need an introduction to the waterproof chronograph by Patek Philippe, reference 1463, but please, you will immediately notice that this is not any example. Not only is in exceptional condition, but it's co-signed by Tiffany, a true rarity and extremely collectible. I see that there is interest in the book already. So, well, let's take it easy. 80, 85, 90, 95, and 100,000 with my book bidder. Who's coming back at 110? I have 100,000 with my book bidder. And 110 and 120 still with my book bidder. Thank you very much, Paddle 6029. 120 in the book. Anybody coming back at 130? I have one. Yes, thank you much. Thank you very much, madam. But I have already booked at 140. I'm now looking for 150. Are you coming back at 150? At the moment, my Paddle 6011 is winning this battle at 140,000 US dollars. Going once and 150. Thank you, James, but still not enough. I have already 160 as a commission bid in my book. I'm looking now for 170. Anybody can? 70, thank you, but I have 80 already. Shall we try 90? My commission bidder has 180 and is holding on to this timepiece for the time being. Who is coming back at 190? Exceptional condition, Tiffany signature. I see head shaking. I see head shaking. I think that we have a commission bidder that is about to be very, very happy. Going once at 180, going twice at 180, selling the gold 1463 Tiffany for 180,000 to Paddle number 6011. Thank you very much. Moving on to lot number 54, we stay in the realm of Patek Philippe. We have the 5196P, the platinum Calatrava, with this incredible dial, which has been mutated by timepieces from the 40s and 50s. One of the most important, some of the most important time-only timepieces ever made by Patek Philippe. And please, I have to make a small sales notice. The estimates of this watch have been updated. They are now $20,000 to $40,000. And the date in this watch is exactly 2008, not circa 2008. Well, once we clarified that, I think we can begin to bid with interest both in the book and in the iPad. So book 16, iPad 17, 18, 19, and 20,000 here with my commission bidder in the book. Who's coming back at 22,000? Thank you, sir. 22, but it's not enough. I have a commission bid at 24. Shall we try 26? 26, that actually is enough. Leaping ahead of the book, it's with you at 26, but East Brunswick, New Jersey, come back at 28. Shall we try 30? Have 20. Canada comes back at 30,000. Thank you, Canada. It's an online battle plus one room bidder. 30,000 with Canada. Next one shall be 32,000. Who is kind of 32,000? White Plains, New York. Thank you and welcome again. Next one shall be 35. I have 32,000. I'm looking for 35,000. Shall we try 35? 35. Kuwait. Thank you very much, Kuwait. Again, a new bidder. We are on multiple continents for the time being for the 5196 with the especially attractive dial. 35,000 in Kuwait. Going once. 35,000 in Kuwait. Going twice. Make no mistake. The time is now, or you will lose it because I'm selling it to Kuwait for 35,000 US dollars. Thank you, Kuwait. 8093 is your paddle. 35 is your hammer. Which brings us to lot 55, the 2508. Not only this is a special 2508 with the luminous dial, of course, radium, as we're talking about a 1953 timepiece, but you have to look live at the condition of the watch. Both case and dial are absolutely stellar. A joy to just behold in your hand. Absolutely fascinating timepiece. One of the favorite time-only proposition vintage of the sale for me. Absolutely. I see that there is interest, so let's begin 18, 19, and 20,000 with my book bidder, 20,000. Somebody coming back at 22,000. I have 20,000 with my commission bidder. I'm looking for 22,000. Thank you, madam. But back to my commission at 24. Would you care and try 26? I have a commission bid at 24,000. I'm looking for 26. Thank you, madam. 26. But back to my advance in this case at 28,000. From Germany, advance bid at 28. I'm now looking for 30,000. Thank you, Zhongguo. Salmon, but Germany comes back at 32,000. De Guo Yo San Lian Chen. It's with Germany at 32,000. China, are you coming back? Haijiao Ikoma, are you trying 35? I have 32,000 from Germany. Next one shall be 35. Going once then to Germany at 32,000, unless China has something to say against it. Going twice to Germany at 32,000. Final warning, China, I'm selling it to my advanced bidder in Germany for 32,000 US dollars. Thank you very much, Germany. 8067 is your paddle. Moving on to lot 56, we have a Patek Philippe chronograph, modern proposition, the 5070J, but of course this is not any 5070J, it's the special Orbit's request with the monogram at 6 o'clock and chocolate soleil dial. Of course, with any special request Patek Philippe, you can imagine the rarity and collectability of this timepiece. I can imagine it as well, but I don't need to imagine because I can see the interest of the people here in my iPad. So let's begin at 60, 65, 70, 75, and $80,000 with my commission bidder. Somebody came back at 85,000. I have 8. Sorry? 100. Thank you, sir. 100. It's with Chris at 100. Somebody coming back at 110? 150? 150. Back of the room. We have 150,000 US dollars. 200,000 immediately. We have slightly unorthodox increase of 50,000 per bid, apparently. So next one was 220. Splitting. Okay, 220 it is. We went back to normal. Next one should be 240. Back to standard increments. We have on the phone Alex against Chris, against room bidder. At the moment, Alex is leading at 220. Next one shall be 240,000. Who is coming back at 240? It's with Alex at 220. Chris? 240, New York Online. Thank you very much and welcome again. Alex, as you can see, Hong Kong overtook you and is now offering 240,000 US dollar. Shall you try 260? It's going to Hong Kong, New York, sorry, online at 240,000 US dollars. I'm now looking for a $260,000 bid. 260, New York against New York. Alex, you have to be a little bit quicker. New York comes back at 280. It's a very, very local virtual battle because both New York bidders are online. And at the moment, paddle 7806, 300, Alex was ahead of you. I'm sorry. For a split second, but Alex was ahead of you. Chris, you have to try harder. And New York online, you can, of course, come back as well at 320. It's at the moment at 300 with Alex Godby. Who is coming back at New York, 320? It's not over yet, and rightfully so, given the rarity of this watch, which is, of course, offered the complete of everything, including the hang-tag presentation box, certificate of origin, all perfect. 320 in New York. Who is coming back at 340? Is it going to be New York online? Is it going to be Chris? Is it going to be Alex? Or is paddle 7806 bringing this on? I think it's time to say going once. No, it's not time. 350, New York, coming back. We have an online offer from New York of $350,000 US. Next one shall be 380. Multiple phones are connected, multiple online bidders. This is a testament to the importance of special commission Patek Philippe timepieces. But we have to reach a conclusion. The verdict has to come. Is it going to Hong Kong, to New York, or not? Going once to New York at $350,000 US. Going twice to New York online at $350,000 US. Chris, I see you, but our New York bidder has been very, very patient. I need a feedback from you. Selling, and sold. Congratulations, New York. Absolutely well-deserved applause. 350 is the hammer. 8175 is the paddle. Which brings us to the hourglass in platinum, one of the most fascinating shaped watches of the 50s, called hourglass due to this unusual shape of the case, which reminds, of course, an hourglass. In this case, this is the only platinum piece known without subsidiary seconds at 6, a characteristic of the reference that you find only in late examples. Very few of them, and this is the only platinum one. Not to mention that the condition of the case is to die for. It doesn't have an hallmark, it basically has a pool on the side. You can bait in there. I can see that there is quite a bit of interest, but all in my iPad. So let's begin at 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21, 22,000. Here in my iPad, I have 22,000. Who's coming back at 24? I have 22,000 in my iPad. I'm looking for 24,000. 22,000 has been offered, and 24 and 26 already. Thank you very much. 26 still with my advances. Anybody coming back at 28? 26,000. I'm looking for 28, and 28 and 30,000. Fantastic. Paddle 7381 is now offering 30,000 US dollars. Is it all said and done? Is Paddle 7381 bringing home the unique platinum hourglass already? I think it might be your lucky day, Paddle 7381 from Pelham Manor, because I'm going to say going once, going twice, selling for 30,000 US dollars to New York, Pelham Manor, and sold. Congratulations, 30K is the hammer, 7381 is the paddle. Number 58, the Star Wheel, one of the most ingenious and visually arresting way of showing the time. You can see the glass, the sapphire disc with the hour that go around and show the time on the top of the dial. Absolutely amazing timepiece. In this case, of course, in platinum. Reference is 25720 T from 1997. Estimate is 20 to 30, but I see quite a bit of interest. So let's keep to 17, 18, 19 in the book, 20 in the advances, and 22 again in the book already. I have a commission bid of 22,000. Who's coming back at 24? I have 22,000 with my commission bidder. Who is coming back at 24,000? Thank you, madam. 24, but I'm afraid I already have here 26. 26,000 and bidding 28. Thank you, Gertrude, but it's not enough. I already have 30,000 here in my commission bid. 30,000 in a commission bid. Who's coming back against that? 32,000. Is it going to be enough? Yes, it is. It's with you, Gertrude. Unless, yes, 35,000. New bidder in the room. It's now a local battle. Phones, Gertrude, against Madam in the room. Who is winning it for the time being? And all the way back, new contender, 38,000. Thank you, sir. Still a room battle, and not anymore. Now New York jumps into the fray at 40,000. Online, we have 2 room bidder, 1 for bidder, and Hong Kong, New York online that is bringing it home. 30, 42 coming back the room. Thank you very much. Is New York coming back at 45? At the moment, we have a room bidder all the way back. It's not with you, madam. It's not with you, Gertrude. It's all the way back at 42,000 US dollars. New York, online. Are you coming back at 45? Gertrude, are you coming back at 45? Head shaking. Madam, checking with you before I sell. Maybe. I will accept 44 if you want. New York, 45. Online. 48 already, all the way back. Next one is 50, madam. Shall we try? 50 New York. I'm afraid that you have to be faster. 50 New York online. Thank you very much. New York. What shall we do? I see head shaking, and head shaking. New York, you came last, but you're going to go home the first. Going once for 50,000. Going twice for 50,000. Selling to our New York online bidder for 50,000 US dollar. 8602 is your paddle. Thank you very much. 50K is your hammer. Moving on to lot number 59, we go to Vacheron Constantin, the Mal Chronograph Excellence. Please note that this is a platinum version and a limited edition on top of that. This is number 30 of a 75 pieces only edition that was made in 2006. Of course, certificate of origin and presentation box are present, as is the interest. So I would say we can begin. Everything is in my advanced bids, no book, just iPad. 13, 14, and 15,000 US dollars already. I have 15 with my advances. Who's coming back at 16? Thank you, 16, 17. Shall we try 18? 18, but 19. Shall we try 20? 20 in these, I have 22. 24? Yes, 24. I'm afraid I have 26 already. Next one shall be 28. I know, it's a tough competition, but the watch is remarkable, and there are only 75 of them in the world. 28, thank you very much, and I have 30,000 in advance. Paddle 7941 from Malibu, California. Malibu offered 30,000 in advance, and we have a gentleman here that is very motivated to bring this watch home. The question is, will he offer 32? I'm afraid that California jumps ahead of him, and 32 is offered online by them. Thank you, LA. Thank you, California. It's with you online at 32,000. I'm now looking for 35. Who is coming back at 35? Malibu, California is coming back at 35. Thank you very much, Malibu. It's with you at 35,000 online. I see in the room head shaking, but there is another contender online. Are they coming back at 38? Only time will tell, but not too much time, because we have many beautiful watches to sell today. 35,000 going once, 35,000 going twice, selling to Malibu. LA comes back, 38,000 online. It's not so easy, Malibu. I need an extra effort on your part. Are you coming back at 40,000? It's now going to LA, California for 38,000. Malibu, however, might have something to object. If they don't, however, I think that somebody in LA is going to be very happy in a matter of seconds, because I'm going to say 38,000 going once, 38,000 going twice, selling to our LA, California online bidder for 38,000 US dollars. 8502 is the puddle. Thank you very much. 38 is the result. Moving on to lot number 60, we go back to the Audemars Piguet. This is the Remaster 01, a modern re-edition of a fascinating vintage timepiece. It really shows how classic designs reverberate throughout history, and it's as relevant and as attractive today as when it was originally designed in the 40s. Offer absolutely excellent condition, full set from 2020. I see that we have interest both in the book and in my advances. So let's begin with the book. And advances 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20,000. Here with my commission bidder. Who's coming back at 22,000? I have 20,000 with a commission bid. I'm looking for 22,000 US dollars. 20,000 has been offered with my commission bidder. Anybody jumping in? Bidding, thank you very much. 22,000, but I'm afraid, good news, commission is out. Bad news, advance is in, 24,000 from New Zealand. And another bad news for you, but very good news for New York. It's with you at 26,000, and you are leading. 28, no more. Sorry, Mexico, there was the phone ahead of you. Want to come back? Mexico 30? Yes, 30 comes back, Mexico. Don't lose time. I know that New York is online. The phone is online. Next one who's going to say 32 is going to 32,000. Excellent. No time to lose here on my right. And 35, Mexico, swiftly swooping in as well. Do we say 38? Shall we? It's at the moment at 35,000 US dollars from Mexico. Thank you very much for your bidding. 35,000, 37, fine. I will accept 37, but Mexico shall be able to bid 39. We are now going in twos. Mexico can bid 39. Yes, they can and they do. Thank you very much, Mexico. Next one shall be 41 if mathematics is not convenient. We have 39,000 US dollars. 41 indeed. Thank you very much. On the phone, on my right, 41,000, but Mexico comes back. 43. Two very motivated buyers for a 45,000. Back on the phone, on my right, Mexico, 47. There we go. Who's coming back at 49? It's with you, Mexico Online, at 47,000 US dollars. And now it's on the phone at 49,000 US dollars. Next one shall be 51. Very unusual, but so it is. It's on the phone at 49. It's on the phone at 49. Guys, yes. It's on the phone at 49. I'm now looking for a $51,000 bid. Mexico, anybody else? If it's all said and 51,000 from Mexico online. Decisions, right? But easy ones apparently. 53,000 on the phone. Fantastic bidding. You both deserve a very warm round of applause for such a fierce competition, which only proves that highly rare and attractive timepieces are worth to be fought for. We have 53 on the phone. Mexico. Are you rounding it up to 55? If that is not the case, yes, you are, though. 55, Mexico. Our Mexican bidder is very motivated, but our phone is equally motivated. 57,000 US dollars on the phone. Thank you very much. Who is coming back at 59? Mexico? Shall we try one more? I have 57 on my left. I'm looking for you. From you, 59. And there we go. 59. 61 it is. Mexico, 59 is not enough. Phone says 61. Are you coming back at 63? The gavel is up. 61,000 going once. 61,000 going twice. With much thanks to both our Mexican and phone bidder, I'm selling it on the phone for 61,000 US dollars. Congratulations, great fight. 1090, 61,000. Which brings us to a Lange e Sone, lot number 61. Okay, the only way to describe this watch is to tell you, you have to see it live. This dial is mind-blowingly beautiful. It doesn't stay the same 1 second. It shines absolutely fantastic. Everybody who came into the viewing was absolutely captivated, me included, as you can see, by this watch. The Lange 1 Moon Phase 182086 from 2022, full set X-ray condition, as you imagine. Well, it would be weird if I didn't have interest after such an introduction. So let's begin at 20, 22, 24, 25, and 45,000. There we go. Right. Okay, that cut to the chase. Yeah, makes sense. 45,000, getting hungry. You know what happened to Englishmen when they get hungry? They start bidding very, very strongly. Thank you, James. 45,000 from James, which actually in one go leaped ahead of my commission and my advances, but not from Mexico, who comes back at 48. James, shall we try 50? Mexico is offering online 48,000, and you come back at 50,000. Thank you very much. I think that Mexico is very comfortable in bidding in 2,000 increment, but apparently also 55 is an adequate option. 55 it is. Mexico didn't split. I'm not going to split, not yet at least. Shall we try 60, James? It's with you, Mexico, at 55,000 US dollars. I think that you are leading the fray for the time being. James is out. I see other phones, head shaking. Room is silent. Mexico, you are bringing this home, and I'm very, very happy for you. You will let me know what you think of it, because wow. Going once, going twice, selling to Mexico for 55,000 US dollars. Puzzle 7710. Lot 62, the double Bayans Royal Oak with black ceramic. Also, this is a very well-known timepiece, one of the most sought-after wristwatches currently on the market. So I'm gonna be swift and go to, multiple bids everywhere. Let's begin at 80, 85, 90, 95, 100, and 110,000 with my advanced bidder. I have 110 with my advanced bidder, and 120 and 130. Shall we try 150 and 150 and 140 and 150 with my commission, and 160, breaking the tie and leading the pack. 160 with you, nothing more here, nothing more there. It's in the room with the gentleman in the center, and 170, new bidder on the phone. Shall we try 180? Yes, 180. There we go. 190. It's in the moment in the room at 180. I'm looking for 190. There we go. 190 immediately with no hesitation. Head shaking. It's at the moment on the phone at 190,000 US dollars. I see Doug is standing. I see lots of people are talking on the phone, and there is a bidding. Yes, 200,000 on the phone on my right. Shall we come back? I have 200,000 on the phone on my right. 200,000 going once. 210. Okay, just because it's you, Alex. 210 it is. So we're going intense. Next one shall be 220. 220. Shall we do 230? It's at 220 on the phone against Alex and against the room. 220 here. Let's see if 230 comes from there. I have $220,000 offered from the phone on my right. Let's see what the phone on my left has to say about it. 220 going once. 220 going twice. Alex, you're out. and sold to 220,000 to paddle number 1094 for 220,000 US. Which brings us to the 25820 SP, the stainless steel and platinum perpetual calendar with tapisserie, dial, certificate of authenticity, and winning presentation box from 2007. Also, in this case, I don't need you to tell, you don't need me to tell you how important and sought after perpetual calendar Royal Oaks are. Okay, so I would say we begin at 50, 55, and 60,000 US dollar with my advanced bidder. I have 60,000 with my advanced bidders coming back. 65, thank you. Back to me at 70,000. Would you care 75? Yes, 75 is with you. It's in the room at 75 for the time being. I'm looking for an $80,000 bid. I have 75 in the room, and make no mistake, I am most definitely selling this timepiece to the gentleman in the room for $75,000. So if you want to jump in, now it's your moment. Otherwise, he's ahead of the advances and he's ahead of the book. Going once at 75,000, going twice at 75,000, selling to the gentleman in the room on my left for $75,000. Congratulations, excellent purchase. 75,000 paddle number, sir, 1. Paddle number 1. Just like at the training. 74, the bubble bag. This bubble bag 3131 is in absolutely stellar condition. Again, a picture doesn't convey what you can see when you have it in your hand, but please trust me and believe me, this is absolutely gorgeous. Drop dead gorgeous. Okay, let's begin with interest in my iPad from 5, 5, and 6,000. Let's go to 6,000 with my advanced bidder and 6.5 and 7,000. Shall we try 7.5? 7.5 and 8,000 with my advanced bidder, Solid Burlington. I have 8,000 already from Singapore in advance. Are you coming back at where? Well, there was somewhere an 8.5 and then there's a 9,000 then from Isabella. Somebody else coming back at 9. I'm sorry, he was ahead of you. 9.5. 10, 10. 10, 10 you, yes, wow. 11, 12, 13, 12, he was ahead of you. I'm sorry, it's with cards, it's with cards, it's with you. 15, 15 in the room, new contender on my left. I'm very happy to see that the mint bubble bag is appreciated by the community, and rightfully so. They're amazing timepieces. 15,000 in the room with the lady on my left. Who's coming back at 16,000? I have 15,000, nothing more in the book, nothing more in my advances. If it is all said and done, I'm gonna call it. 15,000 going once, 50,000 going twice. Absolutely excellent purchase, and my congratulations, madam. It's yours for 15,000 US dollars, 829. Moving on, lot number 65 is again a Rolex, but this time is a modern day date, reference 118238 with nothing less than an onyx dial. Absolutely fascinating timepiece in excellent condition, and I see that there is quite a bit of interest with multiple bids here and multiple bids there. Okay. 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18,000 US dollars here in my iPad. Who's coming back at 19? I have 18,000 here in my iPad. I'm looking for 19. Thank you, New York, 19, but I have a commission at 20,000. Are you coming back at 22,000, New York? I have 20,000 here with my commission bid. I have 20,000 my commission bid. I'm looking for 22,000. Anybody jumping in at 22,000? Thank you very much. And 22 and 24 again, multiple advances, but 7806 is leading the pack with 24. Anybody jumping in at 26? Hong Kong, thank you, Hong Kong, and welcome again. 26,000. And the good news for you, you're ahead both of my commissions and of my advances. Bad news for you, we have Gertrude on the phone. 28,000. Thank you very much, Gertrude. Hong Kong, are you coming back at 30,000? It's with Gertrude on the 30,000. New York, a new contender. Thank you very much, New York. It's with you at the time being against online Hong Kong and against on the phone Gertrude's client. 32,000. Gertrude jumps in again at 32. Next one shall be 35. Are you coming back, New York or Hong Kong, at 35,000? It's at the moment with Gertrude for the Onyx Dial Day date. Absolutely fascinating timepiece. And I think it's time to say 32,000 going once. 32,000 going twice, selling on the phone to Gertrude's client for 32,000 US dollars. Thank you very much. Paddle 1013. 32 is the hammer. Which brings us to lot number 66. Another Rolex, but in this case, we move on to the chronograph side of Rolex. Indeed, this is a 6234 oyster chronograph in stainless steel from 1959. Please allow me to promise you, this watch is in absolutely stunning condition. If you think it looks nice in the picture does not really show how nice it really is. Believe me, this is a masterpiece of conservation. So let's begin, I would say, at 20, 22, and $24,000. I have $24,000 and 26 with my advance bidder 7693. Thank you very much. 7693 and 28 Burlington, Vermont. It's with you, Burlington, for the time being. You know what? You're ahead of my advances and 30,000 on the phone. Sorry, Korea, I had somebody on the phone already. Would you want to try 32? Definitely worth it. You will not regret it. I have Doug on the phone at 30,000. I'm looking for 32,000 US dollars. Korea, you want to jump in at 32? If not, I think that Doug is gonna make a client very, very, very happy. Manhattan Beach, California, 32,000. I'm sorry, Doug, it's not so easy, and it shouldn't be, given the quality of the watch. Of course, I'm gonna accept 35. It's next standard increment. 35 it is, and next one shall be 38. Who's coming back at 38? Doug is offered 35 on the phone. The gavel is not here. 38,000 online, Manhattan. Shall we try 40,000, Doug? Yes, we shall. Thank you. 40,000 on the phone for Doug, who comes back at 42,000. 40,000, it's offered on the phone by New York-based specialist Douglas Escribano. Going once. 40,000. Going twice. Selling the exceptionally well-preserved 6234 to Doug Escribano on the phone in New York for 40,000 US dollar. Congratulations, Doug. 1050 is your paddle, 40 is your hammer. Lot 67 is still a Rolex. We go back to the realm of day date as the onyx dial. In this case, we also have a particular dial, but it's not Hearthstone, rather it is the lacquered Stella dial. Absolutely fascinating proposition from Rolex, one of the most attractive and recognizable dials in all watchmaking, I dare say, and that's not an exaggeration. As such, I think we have quite a bit of interest already in the iPad, but let's take it easy. Let's go to 20, 24, 26, 28, that was too easy, 20, 30, and 32,000. I have 32,000 with my commission bid. Who's coming back at 35? Thank you, 35, still with my advance. I'm now looking for 38,000. Who's coming back at 38,000? Thank you, John Wall, 38 with you, but I have an advance already at 40,000. I now need 42,000 for this day to be yours. And indeed, it is 42. Is it enough? Here it's good, and here it's good. It's a good day for you, China. You're bringing this home for 42,000, but I have somebody in the room that says 45 already, all the way back on my right. The gentleman over there said 45, and now we have 48, a new one. Two gentlemen in the room competing for the watch. At the moment, it's going to the gentleman in the third row on my right, unless China comes back at 50,000. But we have the gentleman on the back coming back at 50,000. Here we go, and 55,000. It's 55,000 in the room on my right, here in front. Is the gentleman on the back coming back at 60,000? 55 is with you. I see head shaking, and I see no more activity online. If it is all said and done, I'm going to say 55 going once. Going twice, selling to the gentleman in the room for $55,000. Thank you, Paddle 14. 55, and it's yours. Moving on to lot number 68, the Rolex 86348 Journe. which is better known as the Pearl Master Aperol Spritz. It doesn't need to be described why. Look at the color of this fascinating and extremely attractive sapphire set bezel. It's a no reserve lot on top of that, but as you can imagine, there is quite a bit of interest for it. So let's begin 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, and 30,000 with my commission bidder. I have a 30,000 commission bid, paddle 6014. Anybody jumping in at 32,000? I have 30,000. I'm looking for 32,000. Who's coming back at 32,000? And 32 and 35 with my advanced bidder, paddle 7646. 35 with my advanced bidder already. Who is coming back at 38? And I have 35 already. Yes, there we go. I'm looking for 38. New York, I see you online. We're there. You bid 32. Will you bid 38? I have 35. It's at the moment at 35,000 US dollar. I'm looking for a $38,000 bid. And there we go then, 38,000 with my advanced bidder. And if it is all said and done, I can say 38,000 going once, 38,000 going twice, selling to my New York advanced bidder, paddle number 7806 for 38,000 US dollar. Congratulations, 7806, 38,000. Thank you. Moving on to lot 69, we have one of the most classic and beloved vintage references, if not the most classic and beloved from Rolex. 6263 Daytona screw pusher, black acrylic bezel, big red Daytona. This one is a late example from relatively late from 1982. Original invoice, oh, check this, guarantee, presentation box, original invoice, service receipt, and provenance material. I challenge you to find a more complete 6263. It's basically impossible. As such, I see interest both in the book and in the iPad. The estimate is 4280. Yeah, let's begin from there. 40, 42, 45 in the book, 48 in my advances, and 50,000 here with my commission bidder. I have 50,000 a commission bid. Who's coming back at 55? Korea is. Thank you very much, Korea, but commission bid doesn't let it go. 60,000 I have. It's a commission bid at 60,000. Thank you very much. Who's coming back at 65? I have 60,000 as a commission bid, and I'm looking for 65,000. You 65. Thank you, Doug, but it's not enough. I have 70 as a commission bid. Are you trying 75? I have 70,000, still a commission bid, paddle 7011 and 75. Doug comes back, and very smart move, leading the everything. But we have a new bidder from online, Leawood, Kansas, 80,000 US dollar have been bid online, 80,000. Doug, shall we try 85,000? Do we have somebody here? No. 80,000, it's offered by Leawood, Kansas. And Italia, 85,000. Grazie mille, Italia. We have 85,000 online from Italy. Next one shall be 90. E con lei, Italia, siamo 85,000. La prossima, se me la offrono, sarà 90. Se no, è tutto suo. It's 85 for the time being in Italy. Next one shall be 90,000. Who's coming back at 90? Doug, are you coming back at 90? If it's all said and done, I have nothing more here, and I have nothing more there. Italy, I think this is yours. Un 6263 in condizioni incredibili e super certificato con tutto quello che lei può volere. Congratulations, vedo che Doug mette giù, è suo. 85,1, 85,2, selling. To Italy, 85,000, 7047. Congratulations, congratulazioni, ottimo orologio. The paddle number, you have it? 7047. Thank you very much. Considering that lot 70 has been withdrawn, I thank you for your attention and patience, and I pass the gavel to my colleague, Benoit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marcello De Marco. Thank you, Marcello. Carolyn, good luck to your nephew bidding on lot 71, the Universal. Everyone is rooting for him. Good luck. Awesome to have so many incredible viewers in the chat. Diego, how you doing? Shamba Basher, Mickey, Boston Collector. We had George Varghese earlier. The creme of the creme. Creme de la creme. Top people in the community. St. Peter, thanks for being on. My Watch channel. Thanks for being on. And let's get back to the action.
I have some interest left before the auction, so I can open at 2006, 2008, at 2008 with my absentee bidder, 2008 at 2,800, at 2,800, 3,000. I have 3,002 against you, sir. Back with me in the book. Would you like to bid again? 3,005. At the end of the room, that clears my book. It's your bid, sir, at 3,500. At 3,008 with Isabella on the phone. It's against you, 4,000 online. At 4,000 online, against you, Isabella, against you, sir. Would you like to give me one more bid? 4,002 back in the room. I took the room first at 4,002, 4,005 online now. At 4,008, 4,008 with Isabella. At 5,000, no more. At 5,005, 5,005 online, 6,000. At 6,000 with my advance bidder. At 6,005 online, 7,000. I have 7,500. 8,000. No, 7,500 should be with me. Thank you. 8,000. And I have 8,500 against you, Isabella. At 9,000 online, I have 9,500.
Yeah, the thing with these universals
from China joining us.
They are
in the middle of the night for
absolutely
you.
beautiful.
9,500 is still with my advance bidder.
It's hard to get them.
10,000 online in China. At 10,000. At 10,000. Isabella, would you like to come back? No more? In that case, that's 11,000 with my advance bidder. At 11,000 now. At 11,000, it's still with my advance bidder. It's left before the auction at 11,000 US dollars. And I have 12,000 with my advance bidder again, against you online. Would you like to bid one more? At 12,000, it's with my advance bidder at 12,000 US dollars. Would you give me one more bid? At 13,000. Thank you very much in China. That clears my book. It's your bid online in China. At 14,000 now. 14,000 new online bidder at 14,000. Against my advance bids, against the book, the bids are
Carolyn, your
online
nephew has good
between
taste.
China and
This
New
is a
York.
great watch.
At 14,000, my New York bidder has it at 14,000. China, would you like to give me one more bid? At 15,000, back in China. Thank you very much. At 15,000 US dollars now. 16,000, back in New York at 16. So at the back of the room, if you want to come back and give me a bid, or Isabella, no, apparently you're done. So everything is happening online at the moment. At 16,000, it's with my New York bidder. Fair warning, at 16,000 then. China, if you want to come back in, please click. Otherwise, I'm selling it to my online bidder for 16,000 US dollars. Fair warning, sold 16,000.
Yeah, that's a beautiful piece. 1955.
83.
Yellow gold, chronograph, triple calendar,
Thank you very
moon
much for your
phase.
bid.
Just absolutely stunning.
Moving on, lot 72 shown on the screen. This very rare Vacheron Constantin 222 in stainless steel and yellow gold with original certificate and box. And this said I have some interest left before the auction, so I can open straight away at 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16,000 with my advance bidder at 16,000 US dollars. At 16,000. Do I see any more at 16,000? At 16,000 US dollars, 17,000 online bidder. And back with me at 18,000, with my advance bidder at 18,000. Against you online at 18,000. Against you in the room, against all the firm, 19,000 in Hong Kong. It's your bid now that clears my book. The bid is online in Hong Kong at 19,000, 20,000. Other online bidder at 20,000. at 20,000. I'm going in Hong Kong at 20,000. Your bid in Hong Kong at 20,000. Would you like to come back in, the other online bidder? Otherwise, I'm selling it for 20,000 US dollars. Fair warning at 20,000 then. Last chance, sold 20,000. I'm going to paddle 76.46. Thank you. Lot 73, this extremely well-preserved 222 Jumbo in stainless steel is the first Vacheron Constantin sports watch in absolutely complete with original box, papers, and tag. You have all the details in your catalog and online. And again, some interest left before the auction, so I can open at 22, 24, 26, 28,000, at 28,000. At 28,000 with the advance bidder, at 28,000. Do I see any more at 28,000? At 30,000 online, I have 32 in the book. At 32,000, it's with my absentee bidder at 32,000 now. At 35,000, new bidder in the room. Thank you very much, sir. That clears my book. It's your bid, sir, at the back of the room at 35,000. Against your online, 38,000 in Germany online. At 40,000, thank you very much. 40,000 is back in the room at 40,000. At 40,000 here in New York. At 40,000. 42,000 back in Germany. 42,000. No more. Dankeschön in Germany. It's your bid at 42,000. 45,000 with Gertrude on the phone. With pleasure. At 45,000 with Gertrude on the telephone here in New York. Against you, Germany. Against you, sir. In the room at 45,000. Is with Gertrude on the telephone. Do I see any more? At 45,000 then. Fair warning at 45,000. The hammer is up at 45,000. Last chance. I beg your pardon? I have 48 actually online in Hong Kong. Would you give me 50, please, sir? At 50,000 back in the room. Thank you very much. 50,000, I took the gentleman's first. It's against you, Gertrude. Against you online, the bid is here in the room on my right at 50,000. Online, would you like to come back in, Gertrude? At 50,000, bid is here in the room, second row, in New York, on my right. Against your online, Gertrude has it at 55 now. 55,000 with Gertrude on the phone. Against your line, would you try one more, sir? I'll give you 58 if you wish. No? 55,000 then is Gertrude's phone at 55,000. Fair warning at 55,000 US dollars. Against your line, against you, sir. Thank you for your bid. At 55,000 then. Sold to you, Gertrude. Thank you very much. To paddle 1085. Moving on, lot 74. This Audemars Piguet Royal Oak Jumbo B Series in stainless steel with original box and receipt and the corresponds with the brand. And that allows me to open also with my advance bidder at 28, 30, 32,000, at 32,000 with my advance bidder. And I can sell it to my advance bidder at 32, 35,000 now. New bidder online, that clears my book. It's your bid online at 35,000. At 35,000. Do I see any more at 35,000? At 35,000. 38,000 in Israel now. New online bidder at 38. At 40,000. Back in Portland at 40,000. At 40,000, 42,000 in New York now. New place online at 42,000. At 45,000. 48. At 50 now. 55,000. At 55,000, my online bidder in New York has it at 55,000, at 60,000. Another online bidder has it in New York at 60,000 now. At 60,000. At 60,000, l'enchère est en ligne. It's against all the phones, against the room. Bid is online at 60,000 against all the other online bidders, and I'm selling it to my New York online bidder, 65,000 now. Back in Portland at 65,000. New York, are we coming back in? At 65,000. Fair warning then at 65,000. Last chance, selling it to back with New York at 70,000 now. At 70,000, the bid is back in New York. Battle 82.39 at 70,000. In Portland, what are we saying? Are we coming back in? No more at 70,000 then. Fair warning at 70,000, selling it to my online bidder in New York at 70,000. Last chance, sold 70,000 to Paddle 82.39. Moving on, lot 75, this Patek Philippe reference 37001, Nautilus Jumbo and signed Bayer with the ultra rare cork box and a Bayer extract confirming it was sold by them. So this double signature, the cork box, and a lot of interest against left before the auction. So I can open straight away at 70, 75, 80, 85. Sorry. It's the emotion. So for this beautiful watch, as I was saying, I can open straight away at 90, 95, and 100,000 even. And I let you think a little bit if you want to give me another bid. At 100,000, I have tied bid at 100,000. Who wishes to break the tie? Otherwise, I'm selling it to my first at 120 with pleasure. That clears my book. It's your bid, Chris. At 120 on the telephone with Chris here in New York. At 120,000. Against your line, that clears my book. The bid is on the telephone with Chris UA here in New York at 120. Sorry. Fair warning then at 120,000 to 130 New York on time. It's with you online at 130 now. Against you, Chris. Chris, what are we saying? Bid is in New York online at 130,000. At 130,000. At 130,000, no more. The bid is with you in New York. Thank you very much for your bid. It's your bid at 130,000. Fair warning then. Sold 130. Sorry about that. Moving on, lot 76. Another glass. I apologize. There's literally something taken in my throat. Let's go back to lot number 76. And for this Rolex C Dweller double red with Mark's third 3 on the dial, and a God's bezel, beautifully preserved and shown on the screen. And again, I have some interest left before the auction, so I can open at 14, 15, 16, 17,000, 18, even 20,000 with my advanced bidder at 20,000. At 20,000, the big is with me, with my advanced bidder at 20,000. Do I see any more at 20? 22,000 in the room. So against you online, the bid is in the room. Gentlemen, I did at 22, 24 now online. At 24,000 online. It's against you, sir. The bid is online at 24, 26. Back in the room at 26,000 now. It's against you online. 28 at 28,000 online. No more. Thanks for your bid. 30,000. New bidder online in New Jersey at 30,000 now. At 30,000. At 30,000 in New Jersey. Do I see any more? At 30,000. No more. At 30,000 for this beautifully preserved Seed Wheeler double red at 30,000 US dollars. 32 in New York. Oh no. At 32,000 in New York. Thank you. Thank you very much. Do you have a tissue as well? That might help. Thank you very much. So at 32,000 in New York. It is online in New York at 32,000. No more at 32,000 then, selling it at 32,000 to my online bidder. Thank you very much for your patience and apologize for this cough at 32,000 then, sold. 32,000 to paddle 79.63. Thank you. For lot 77 shown on the screen for this Rolex reference 5512, the Submariner full liner, glossy gilt dial, a flawless dial with perfectly preserved lacquer and luminescence material, and these beautiful indexes that turn cream. And with all these details, I'm happy to open straight away at 22, 24,000, at 24,000 now, at 24,000 with my advanced bidder, at 24,000. Do I see any more at 24? 26,000, I have 28 against you, sir. At 28,000, 30,000. 30,000, the bid is in the room. It's against the book. Now, the room is with you. Gentlemen at the back of the room at 30,000. At 30,000. At 30,000, the bid is in the room. It's against your line. No more than at 30,000. It's your bid, sir, in the room. 32 online. At 32 against you. At 32,000 against you now, sir. Bid is online at 32,000. Should we try one more? No? No more? Thank you very much for your bid. Bid is with you online in New York at 32,000 then. Against everyone else, the bid is online in New York at 32,000. Fair warning at 32,000. Sold 32,000. To paddle 79.59. Thank you very much. No, that's fine. Then lot 78 for this Rolex Daytona with tropical dial, coming with box and papers and in very good condition, and a sticker on the case back. And as you probably all seen in the catalog, it's coming from the famous auction Daytona Lesson 1 in 2013. So for this beautiful example, some interest also left before the auction. So I can open at 30, 32, 35, 38, at 40,000, at 40,000, 42,000. That's against the book. It's your bid now at 42,000, 45,000 online, 48,000 on the phone, 50,000 now, 50,000 with James Max on the telephone here, 55,000 with Chris. at 60,000 with James. It's against you online. Everything is happening here in New York on the phone bank at 65 with Chris. 70,000 with James. Online, if you want to come back in, please click. Chris, what are we saying? Are we coming back in? At 70,000, the bid is with James Mark on the telephone here in New York at 70,000. At 70,000. 75,000 back in the room. Thank you very much for joining. New bidder in the room at 75,000. At 75,000, the bid is in the room here in New York. Thank you for joining the auction. 75 against you, Chris, against you, James, at 75,000. Against you online if you want to come back in. No more? At 75,000, then it's your bid, sir. Thank you very much. At 75,000. Fair warning, at 75,000. Sold to you, sir. Paddle 858. Thank you very much. For 75,000. Thank you. We're now moving to another Rolex, lot 79, the Cosmograph Daytona Beach with a chrysoprase dial, the original guarantee and a matching leather box. It's in razor sharp condition, and for this exceptional model, again, some interest left before the auction, so I can open that 32, 35, 38, 40,000. At 40,000, the bid is in the book at 40,000. It's with my absentee bidder at 40,000. At 40 000. At 40,000, I have tied bids at 40,000. 42,000 in Canada. It clears my book. It clears the advance bid. The bid is with you online in Canada at 42,000. At 42 000. Do I say any more? At 42,000. At 42,000 in Canada. Last chance then at 42,000 against you all. 45,000 in France. Merci. At 45 000. At 45,000. 48 in Canada. At 48,000 now. At 48 000. En France, on veut tomber pour 50 000. 48 000 en charrette au Canada. 50 000 en France. 50,000. Back in France at 50,000. At 50,000 in France. Canada, would you like to come back in at 55? At 50,000, the online bidder in France has it at 50,000 for this chrysoprase dial at 50,000. Last chance then at 50,000, fair warning at 50,000, 55 000. In Canada, back in Canada at 55,000. At 55,000, looking for 60 now. At 55,000. At 55 000. In France, do we want to come back in? At 55 000 then, it's in Canada at 55,000, last chance. The hammer is up at 55,000, sold 55,000. To paddle 83.35. Lot 80 for this Kudoki real skeleton, stainless steel wristwatch. It was specifically selected for the book and worn in the movie Last Looks. It's also coming with a copy of the script of the movie, signed by the author and the actor. And the proceeds from the sale are given to charity. And after this introduction, and knowing that you also have the script of the movie, I'm happy to open that, even if it's a no reserve lot, we have a lot of interest left before the auction, so I can open straight away at 555, 665, at 6,500 with my advance bidder, at 6,005. At 6,005, 7,000, at 7,000 now, at 7,000. Do I see him at 7,000? At 7,005, and I have 8,000 against you, Isabella. At 8,000 with my advance bidder at 8,000. 8,005 Singapore has it. That clears my book. It's still bid online in Singapore at 8,500. At 8,500 in Singapore. Isabella, are we coming back in? At 9,000 now. At 9,000 in Washington. Thank you. No, no more. 9,500 back in Singapore at 9,500. Back in Singapore at 9,500. At 10,000 in New York. 10,000 now. 10,000 bid in New York at 10,000. 11,000 in Singapore. At 11,000 in Singapore. New York, are we coming back in at 11,000? Against the room, against you, Isabella, against my advance bidder, the bid is online in Singapore for 11,000. À $11,000. Last chance then at 11,000. At 12,000, new bidder in Italy at 12,000. At 12,000 now. Against you, Singapore, the bid is in Italy now at 12,000. No more. Last chance then at 12,000 for this movie watch and book, 13,000 now. At 13,000 back in Singapore. At 13,000. At $13,000, at 13,000 in Singapore. Last chance then at 13,000, hammer is up for this skeleton watch at 13,000, 14,000 back in Italy. At 14,000 now. Grazie. At 14,000. Singapore, are we coming back in at 14,000? At 14,000, bid is in Italy at 14,000. No more. Last chance then at 14,000, selling this skeleton watch at 15,000 back in Singapore. At 15,000 in Singapore. In Italy, what are we saying? At 15,000, if you want to come back in, please click. Otherwise, I'm selling it to my Singaporean online bidder at 15,000. 16,000 in Italy. How many times do we have to raise the gavel to make sure like people bid? At 16,000 is back in Italy. Singapore, please click if you want to bid again. At 16,000. I'm raising it. I will see if it works. At 16,000, then selling it to my Italian, online bidder at 16,000, unless Singapore gives me a sign. At 16,000, then sold 16,000 for paddle 74.40. Thank you very much in Singapore. Lot 81 for this whimsical clock done by Marc Bousser and Messina Lab, made in bronze and Murano glass in the form of a T-Rex, and it's only one example of 15 ever made. A lot of interest also for this whimsical clock, and I can open at 885, 9,000, at 9,000 with my advance bidder. At 9,000 with my advance bidder. At 9,000, the bid is here with me at $9,000. At 9,000, if there isn't further interest, I'm selling it to my advance bidder for $9,000 US. Against everyone online, against the phones, the bid is here with me at $9,000, $9,500 in Wisconsin, and that clears my book. It's your bid online at $9,500, and I can sell you to you online at $9,500. At $9,500, then fair warning against you, Alex, on the phone, against everyone at $9,500. Fair warning then to you online at $9,500. Sold to paddle 79.39. Lot 82 for this Urwerk all black wristwatch with a black titanium case. It's only one of 100 pieces shown on the screen. And again, I have some interest left before the auction, so I can open straight away at 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32,000 actually. At 32,000 with my absentee bidder. at 32,000. At 32,000, the bid is in the book. It's against all my other bidders. The highest absentee bidder before the auction has it at 32,000 then. Do I see any more at 32,000? No more last turns then at 32,000, selling to my absentee bidder at 32,000. Sold 32,000. To paddle 60.06. Lot 83 for this magnificent diamond set, François Paul Journe, Octa Divine wristwatch, shown on the screen, consigned by the original owner. And for this diamond set watch, show open here at 45, 48, 50,000, at 50,000 now, at 50,000. At 50,000 for this François Paul Journe diamond set watch, at 55,000 online. 60,000 with Paul on the telephone against your line. 60,000, it's on the phone with Paul here in New York. At 60,000 against your line in China. Would you like to come back in? At 60,000, the bid is on the telephone on my right with Paul here in New York at 60,000. 65,000 with Arthur with pleasure at 65,000 with Arthur on the phone. Against you, Paul, against your line, if you want to come back in at 65,000. At 65,000, Paul, are we coming back in? No more? Online, if you want to come back in, please click. Otherwise, I'm selling it to Arthur's phone bidder at 65,000. Fair warning then at 65,000. Last chance at 65,000. To you, Arthur. Thank you. 1023, 65,000. Thank you for your bids online and Paul. Sorry, 1083, 1023. Thank you. Moving on, lot 84 for this Patek Philippe, reference 5270R, pink gold perpetual calendar in excellent condition with box and papers, and the additional case back. Again, some interest left before the auction, so I can open 70, 72, 75, 80, at 85,000 actually with my advance bidder. At 85,000 against all the other advance bids left before the auction at 90,000 now. That clears my book, it's your bid online at 90,000. At 90,000, 90,000, 95,000 in Monaco now. At 95,000. At 95,000, clears all the bids left before the auction. Bid is online in Monaco at 95,000. At $95,000, fair warning then, at 95,000 for this beautiful pink gold Patek Philippe, 100,000 in New York, at 100,000 online in New York, at 100,000. Against you in Monaco, at 100,000, the bid is in New York, online at 100,000. At 100,000 then, for the pink gold perpetual calendar 110 in Italy, on time. Thank you very much for joining. At 110 in Italy. At 110,000. Against you in New York, again, at 120 back in New York now. At 120,000, back in New York at 120. Against you in Monaco, against you in Italy, it is in New York, online at 120,000. At 120,000. At 120,000. Last chance then for 120,000. Fair warning, hammer is up at 120,000 then, selling it to my New York online bidder for 120,000. Sold. Thank you very much. 120,000 to paddle 8175. Lot 85, shown on the screen, the Debetune DB28, a cutting-edge model in pink gold and zirconium. And again, I have some interest left before the auction. So should I open at 35, 38, 40, at 40,000 already, at 40,000 with my advance bidder, at 40,000. My advance bidder has it at 40,000. at 42,000 online, at 45, 48, at 50, 55 even, 60, 65 with Paul. That clears my book. The bid is between Douglas and Paul. It's against you, Douglas, no more. 65,000, the bid is with Paul. 70,000 online, 75 back with Paul. 75, the bid is on the telephone with Paul Boutros here in New York at 75,000. Against you online. Would you like to come back in at 75,000? No more. That clears my book. It's against you, Doug. The bid is with Paul at 75,000, then selling it to Paul on the telephone at 75,000. Thank you very much, Paul. 75,000, paddle 1024. Moving on at 86, this Audemars Piguet Royal Oak, Quantum Perpetual in 18 karat white gold and yellow gold, with box and papers and no leap year. I'm sure you've seen all the details in our beautiful catalog. And again, some interest left before the auction, so I can open straight away at 60, 65, 70, 75, 80,000, at 80,000 now. At 80,000 with my absentee bidder. At 80,000. At 85,000, I have 90,000 against you. It's against you in Saudi, Malaysia at 95 and then 100. Back with me in the book at 100. 110 with Paul on the telephone. That clears my book. It's against you online in Malaysia and UAE. The bid is on the telephone with Paul here at 110. At 110,000. At 110, it's against you online. The bid is here in New York at 110. No more then. I'm sending it to Paul's fund bidder for 110,000. At 110,000. Last chance then at 110. Fair warning at 110,000 for this Audemars Piguet Royal Oak at 110. Thank you very much. Selling paddle 1052. Sold for 110. Lot 87, another example of François-Paul Journe, the Centigraph Souverain in platinum, complete with box and papers. And again, some interest left before the auction, so I can open at 60, 65, 70, at 75,000 even. At 75. 75 is already taken, I'm afraid. 75 is with my advance bidder. Yeah, thank you. At 80,000, I took out yours first. 85, fine. And I have 90. 95, and I have 100. 110, that clears my book. It's your bid. Again, Paul, at 110. Against all the advance bidder at 110. She was asking what 15 as well. So maybe one of you can give me 120 straight away. Here you go. After has it at 120. At 120,000. I'll take 125 and I'll take 130 from you, Arthur. Or online, or anybody else. At 125,000, the bid is on the telephone with Isabella here in New York. Against you, Arthur, against you online, against other bidders in the room if you want to jump in. Give you some time to think. With pleasure. At 130 with Arthur. At 130,000. 135. Back with Isabella. Is 140. Back with Arthur. No more? At 140, thank you for your bid, Isabella. The bid is on the telephone with Arthur on my left at 140,000. Last chance then at 140,000, fair warning to you, Arthur, at 140, battle 1023. Thank you very much for your bids. Thank you. So for lot 88 now, this Audemars Piguet Royal Oak in platinum with degradé green dial with box and papers. And all proceeds exceeding the cost for the consigners will be donated to charities supporting access to medical care for families in need and orphanage. And for this extremely sought after model, I can open straight away with my advanced bidders, my absentee bidders at 150, 180, at 180,000 actually, is with me at 180. At 180,000, several bids left before the auction, so it's with my absentee bidder at 180,000. At 180,000. At 180,000. A lot of bids lined up before the auction. Do I see any more? 190. Gentlemen in the room at 190. And I have 200 against you, sir. At 200 is back with me. The bid is in the book at 200,000. At 200,000, against all the phones, against you, sir, in the room, bid is with me on the restroom at 200,000. No more? 220, thank you very much. At 220, and it's your bid that clears my book at 220,000. Gentleman in the aisle has it at 220,000. Against you, James, against you, Marcello, the bid is here in New York at 220,000. Do I see any more at 220? At 220,000 then, fair warning for this beautiful example at 220,000. Gentleman in the room has it at 220. Fair warning then, last chance. Thank you very much, sir. 220, thank you. At all 830. Thank you for your bids and thank you for all the bids left before the auction. For lot 88A, so please note that the present lot bears the unique reference number code ending in 99 and is accompanied by its guaranteed card, product literature, winding box, and all original accessories. So for this Audemars Piguet Royal Oak Perpetual Calendar with striking blue ceramic case and bracelet, the first time ever to appear at auction. And again, the proceeds will be donated to charity to support families in medical needs. And again, a lot of interest left before the auction. So I can open at 200, 220, 240, 260,000. At 280 is already with me at 280. And even 300. 300 is with me. Would you give me 320? 320 is with you, Paul, and that clears my book then. At 320,000 with Paul Boutros here, against all the advance bids and the absentee bids left before the auction. At 320, the bid is with Paul here in New York at 320,000. On my right, against the phone bank on, I beg your pardon? 330 I'll take, and I'll take 340 from anybody else. At 330 with Alex Godby, at 330, Alexandre has it at 330,000. Paul, are we coming back in? No more. At 330, that's a good bid, Alexandre. At 330. At 340 with Melissa, new bidder, with pleasure. Don't be too shy. You can shout if I don't hear you. At 340 with Melissa on the telephone. On my right, against you, Alexandre, at 340. So we try one more. 350. Anno? No, 340, it's against you. 340 is with Melissa on the telephone on my right. 350, back with Alexandre at 350 now. At 350,000. No more? Thank you, Melissa. At 350 then, Alexander's bid at 350,000. Fair warning at 350,000 then. Last chance at 350,000. To you, sir. Thank you very much. 350 to Paddle 1070. Thank you very much. Thank you. Lot 89. This Audemars Piguet Royal Oak Perpetual Calendar open work in full black ceramic, shown on the screen in like new condition and coming from the original owner. And this stayed again some interest left before the auction. So we opened at 130, 140, 150, and 160. 160 with my second absentee bidder at 160,000. At 180, but I have 200 against you then. It's at 200,000. 220 now. At 220, that clears my book. It's your bid at 220,000. At 220,000, do I see any more? At 220,000? Marcello, we're waiting maybe for a bid. At 220,000, trying to connect to the phone. At 230, I'll take 240 for my next bid. No more? Well, thank you for your bid. At 230 then. Marcello, are we at 240 with pleasure, sir. Thank you for joining. Gentlemen in the room as it's at 240 now. At 240,000, at 240,000. No, thank you very much. At 240, are we coming back in? We're waiting to connect. Thanks for your patience. I'll have another sip before I have another cough. At 240,000, the bid is in the room at 240,000. If someone has any regret, please give me a sign. Raise your hand, shout, I'll take your bids. At 240,000, the bid is here in New York at 240. Any luck, Isabella? No? Giving another chance. Otherwise, we're selling it to the gentleman who came all the way to the auction room. At 240,000 we are. At 240,000. I'll have to sell it, I'm afraid. At 240,000 then. Thank you very much for your patience, sir. At 240,000. Thank you very much. 240, 853. Thank you very much. And the last day of today's session is lot 90. Please remember that the second session is tomorrow at 10 a.m. And for this last lot, this Audemars Piguet Royal Oak, Grande Complication in 18-karat white gold with full accessories. Perpetual calendar with split second chronograph and minute repeater. One of the most complicated watches ever done by the brand. And again, some interest left before the auction, so I can open straight away at 200, 220, 240, 260,000. At 260,000 with my absentee bidder. My absentee bidder has it at 260. Do I see any more at 260? At 260,000 for this Audemars Piguet Royal Oak Grande Complication at 260,000. At 260, do I see any more? Otherwise, I'm selling it to my advanced bidder at 260,000. Do we have anyone bidding? At 260 then, fair warning, at 260,000, last chance. Sold, 260, thank you very much. Thank you for joining today's auction. Sorry for the beginning of this auction that was a bit chaotic. And looking forward to seeing you tomorrow in the auction room or online. Thank you very much.
And there we have it. Conclusion of day one of the Phillips auction. So thanks for joining. If you want to review any of the lots that were sold today, just you can either jump on the show. I will drop the link, or you can add your comments or questions in the chat. We have all of the lots pulled up, all of the selling prices. Feel free to jump on. Otherwise, we'll kill the stream. Guys, upvote the show. No super chats today, which is totally fine, but but if you could just at least upvote, that'd be fantastic. Thank you, My Watch channel. Appreciate it. Look who we have here, Diego.
So, what happened? My watch sold under my reserve.
Oh my God, what are we gonna do?
I don't know.
What are we gonna do?
I'm gonna change my mind. I'm gonna pull the listing. Can I do that? Or is it too late?
It's too late. Too late. No, that was a 5167 4 5164. The same as yours, the travel time.
Yeah,
It sold for
2013, I believe, right?
Yeah, it was an old one. It was 9 years old. It sold for 55,000. Is that correct?
Something like that. But I'm looking here. What does it say? 6,400? I can't see.
Yeah, a total selling price of how come it's not being pulled up?
So that's what the buyer has to pay.
Yeah, this is total price here, 60,480, and that includes the buyer's premium. So now you have to just put tax on top of that. So that's another. If you're in New York, another $6,000. 66,000.
Wow.
That's under. I mean, these were going for 80, right?
Yeah. No, it's I've seen a lot of the prices, especially on they had some pieces on Thursday, right? Those are going real low.
Thank you very much, 1X, for your super chat. Really appreciate it. Very, very kind gesture of support. Really appreciate it. Yeah, have you seen these on Moda and some of the dealer chats for? Haven't they been going for like 80 in the dealer chats or less?
I don't know. I'm not in them, to be honest with you, so I'm not sure. Wouldn't surprise me if they're going for less, though. Hey, I don't know if you already did it or not, but it looks like on the community there was a replay stream going.
Yeah. Want me to
And
kill
Carolyn
it?
Martin, no, Carolyn Martin super chatted $100.
Oh.
So maybe we should give her some praise.
Huge shout
That's
out.
huge.
Wow. Huge shout out to Caroline Martin. That was a replay of an earlier show from earlier this week, I believe, with Tim and Oshin. So yeah, thank you so much, Carolyn.
Yeah. And I think her super chat was something along the lines of, forget 10,000 subs, we're going to get like 15 or 20 or something like that. So very generous. Very
generous. Much appreciated. It's Marcelo is doing that. I'm wondering. I'm curious how the super chats, I guess, work. If you're replaying a previous broadcast and you're doing a live stream of a previous show, you can super chat during it, right?
Correct. And I think some people may have been a little confused. But
that's okay. Speaking of someone who's not confused, Carolyn Martin, $20 super chat from my nephew. He says, thanks for the guidance.
Yeah, it's very good. And Carolyn, I heard back from Menta watches about that 1675, and he said it was actually legit, good to go. So if you see another one like that, bite on it. And I hope I didn't dissuade you, but my personal knowledge of those is too limited for me to risk buying it based on 2 photos. But he gave it the thumbs up and said it went for a good price. So
Yep. And Carolyn, I think, bowed out just at the right time too on that universal yellow gold triple calendar chronograph moon phase, which, you know, I have a picture of it in the catalog here. It's absolutely
yeah, I saw
beautiful
that.
from 1955. Yeah, it's a beautiful piece.
It was really nice. She said she had a $30,000 budget, but there's more out there, Carolyn. Like Tanzia was saying, they made a lot of those, and I don't think that one had box and papers and all that stuff. So you should be able to find one better than that one, for sure.
Thank you, Carolyn.
Man, how was Philly?
Oh, Philly was great. Yeah.
Yeah. You broke up there. I think you broke up.
Yep. Am I back? Hold on.
Yep.
Am I back? Okay.
No, there's Chuck Schumer's on the stream somehow.
Chuck.
Oh.
Chuck. Oh, it's you.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I have the by the way, the big Phillips catalog.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Now, do they give those out for free? Like once you register, how's that work? Or you have to buy like $300,000 worth of pieces first?
No, these are free. These are free and they're beautiful. I mean, this is I don't know, several hundred pages, maybe 150 pages. Smells so good.
Jesus Christ. I think, sorry.
Smells so good.
So, what was your favorite watch that you saw go for, and what shocked you?
Nothing really today. Really, the Sotheby's and Christie's were a little bit more exciting.
Yeah.
Because you had those pieces that were selling super cheap and.
Yeah. The Christie's one was like super cheap. A lot of those gold Daytonas, the white gold, really cheap. Shocking.
I like to see stuff with interesting dials. You know, they had one Onyx dial date 8. They had the two beaches, the blue one and the green one that were cool. It's cool to see how the beaches have come down. Still 50,000, still a lot for a Daytona.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. And like I was saying in the chat, those I think originally came with like a matching box for the strap.
Right.
And those boxes are so expensive if you can find one. Because a lot of times they don't have the box. They're super cool boxes.
And you posed a good question. Cool. Like those are reptile. So, you know, if you lived in California, what would be the rule? You know?
I think the rule would be, hey, I'll be in New York next week. I'll pick up my watch.
I'm picking it up.
Yeah.
Hey, I want to say hi to my Uncle Schmuck in the chat. Yay. Uncle Schmuck's here. Hey buddy. George Varghese is here. New FP Journe owner and 4-lady Patek. Be careful. That one is the ringleader. He's the puppet master. Oh my gosh, George. George loves the drama. He loves the watch talk, but he also loves the personalities on the dungeon. They are funny. Even though they've been, George, I love your reaction to their nonstop 12-hour per day coverage of OC. They're crazy over there.
It's so easy too. It's so easy.
So easy to bait them into covering me. And hey, it brings them ratings. I don't blame them. I never would have thought that covering me would.
You said from the beginning you wanted to help make Archie money in your own way, and it's working.
I did. It's working. And hey, I wanted to help out a friend.
Exactly.
And
you cut out when I was asking. Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, just real quick. I was just like, huge shout out to you in the Oshin video for supplying him with the kernel of conspiracy theories that led to one of his greatest, I won't call it clickbait, but one of his good entertaining videos,
Sure.
Where did they come from? Where? That was good.
You've been staring at them all along.
They've been there under our nose the whole time.
Yeah. What if I were to tell you that you've already worn a CPO watch?
Terrific, man.
Hey,
absolutely terrific.
I went to my AD yesterday and was kind of asking her about that, and she said they haven't told them about CPO yet. They're actually doing CPO right now through Analog Shift, if you've heard of them.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And while the prices were ridiculous, I was excited because they actually had some interesting stuff to look at. They had a solid gold 30 dial bluesy. They had 2 Zenith Daytonas, a black dial, a white dial. That was really cool to see. They had 2 Longue ones in white gold and yellow gold. They had a 5167. Wait, 5167. They wanted $98,000.
Mm.
I was like, holy shit. And then what else did they have? Oh, and they had the 2 40 mil Sea Dwellers pre-ceramic. So that was actually, it was cool to actually get to try on some of these watches. That was my first time putting on a Zenith Daytona. I kind of get it now. And same with the Sea Dwellers. So
Nice.
they're not able to buy pieces, my AD, right now. It's all through Analog Shift. So, but yeah, she wasn't really aware of CPO.
Wow.
Or
maybe they're not one of the ones being. I'm sure their Rolex rep will get around to swinging by, scheduling an appointment, explaining the whole thing.
Yeah.
But were you asking about Philly when I so rudely interrupted? I can't remember.
Yeah, I was just seeing how that went.
Yeah, I met up with Sean and Tony and David, and we met up at a cool restaurant in Rittenhour Square, Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, just hung out and had a few drinks and had a dinner, a steak place with some. I had Chilean sea bass if anybody's interested, with a big pile of fries on the table.
Nice.
And ordered some desserts. There's a picture on my Instagram. I'm not going to pull it up. I'm just afraid. Got to be scared pulling up tabs.
Oh, you're all about the desserts, aren't you?
Yeah, desserts are good. I intentionally we didn't have like 5 appetizers because we wanted to save room.
Yeah.
And then after that, we went to another place called Giuseppe's.
Mm-hmm.
You just had a few drinks, and then by that time, actually it gotten quite cold. We were walking there, and I thought it was like in the 40s, but actually felt a lot colder. And then by the time I left, it was like 29 degrees.
Holy shit, that's cold. Was there any wind?
Maybe a little bit of a brief, but it was just super brisk. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very, very biting cold.
I saw that photo. I hate that. I fucking hate that I forgot his name. But he had a beautiful GMT Master.
Yeah, that's Lucky Bastard. Lucky Bastard. Tony.
Yep.
Yeah.
Tony, yeah. That thing was awesome.
Yes. That thing is cool. So GMT Master, not a GMT Master 2, which means you gotta turn it if you want to advance. Means that the 24-hour time doesn't move independently there's no jumping hour basically that allows you to go real quick.
Yeah, it's a true 24-hour time. And if you want to set it, that's when you actually that's a more appropriate use of the bezel. I'm going to set the bezel 3 hours later.
You actually have to use the bezel. Yeah. And then I think to set the time, the date, you have to go crazy.
Are you serious? So it's not quick set?
I don't know. Is it? I don't know.
I would hope it is, because they were making GMT Masters up until 1999.
Yeah. Help the chat, guys in the chat. Help us out. Does the GMT Master have quick set date? I know for sure it doesn't have jumping hour, so you have to.
I know the last reference for the GMT Master was the 16760, I believe. I would be shocked if that one didn't have quick set, but I think his is a 1675, maybe. I'm not sure.
It's a 16573, I believe. It's a two-tone GMT Master.
Oh, it's two-tone.
Yeah, it's two-tone.
Okay. I think your photo might have been black and white. That's why I couldn't tell.
Yeah, or it may have been just weird lighting.
Yeah. Oh, jeez.
Yeah, we're on the Tim Wright channel, so that's not allowed. Our good friend, sorry. Someone in the back room we can't let in, but hope you are doing well.
Be right back.
Yep. Yeah, so I had a good time in Philly, and yeah, I got home. I usually get in the mornings. Usually get a report of my coverage on the dungeon, which I didn't get this morning, but did a quick review, and yeah, they covered me again. It was all OC talk all the time. Dingo Dave from Australia. Hey, OC. Yeah, it's a 5-digit. He has a 5-digit GMT master. It's I think it's the 16573. Is that what it is?
Something
Yeah.
like that, yeah.
Two-tone GMT master 2.
I go inside because it's actually getting cold here.
Hold on, let me see if I can pull up a picture. Oh no. Oh, I'll post one later, I promise, for you guys on my Instagram.
Yes, I'll be back. I'm gonna hop on my PC here. So I'll
Okay.
be back in just a little bit.
Sure thing. Dingo Dave says, beautiful people in the chat. Hello. Yes, hello from Australia. Hope you are well, Dingo Dave. Let's see, who else do we have here? Caroline Martin, yeah, says, yeah, O'Sheen looking over his shoulder was probably in the video. Where could they get them from? Yeah, Rittenhouse. That's where we were. We were around the Rittenhouse area. It was a shame that Tim could not join us, but we had fun nonetheless. And the Philly crew is a really, really good crew. Small G, Lucky Bastard, and David D. Super nice guys. Almost everybody you meet in the community is super nice. I can attest, and because I've met as many of them as I can. Guys, you have any questions or any thoughts either about the auction or about anything that's going on? And hey, open invitation to anybody who wants to jump on. Drop the link. Usually we would be broadcasting on the community channel, but the community channel, they were showing a great rerun of an interview for a discussion about the Rolex CPO with Tim and O'Sheen, and so that was running, so I didn't want to interrupt it. Yeah. Let me see. Hold on. I'll be right back. Yeah, I have it in I have the pictures of my Instagram stories, and you can't really pause those. So anyway, George Varghese asks, what was your biggest surprise or disappointment in today's auction? Actually, no real. The biggest surprise was actually not watch related. I was surprised that Arl Bax wasn't there. When the auction started with Marcello DeMarco, I'm like, oh, why is he starting? And then there was also like no Tiffany Toe or the other one who's I wish I remembered her name. I'm so sorry I didn't. The blonde one who's really famous salesperson there who also co-auctions. And yeah, so it was embarrassing for them that Arl was not there. We have the real Tim Wright in the chat. Hello, Tim. Good morning. Tim's just waking up. Mr. Bud says Team OC. Oh, cool avatar. Love that. Got the Pierce Brosnan. Maybe that's GoldenEye, and then you got the Omega Seamaster from GoldenEye. Very cool. Yeah, so no real surprises. I mean, I think AP planted those 3 models in the middle, the black ceramic skeleton and the green dial. I think it was platinum Royal Oak or something like that. and they donate the proceeds to charity because they want to get some auction prices on the roster, so it looks like they're selling really, really high in the auction market. Prop up the secondary market. The gray market can say, "Hey, look, this one sold at auction, 2 weeks ago for $225,000." It's a scam. It is a absolute scam. But hey, what else? There's some things that went for crazy money, but otherwise, I was more impressed again with the auctions from 2 days ago, where those the white gold Daytonas were selling like around 20,000. That was more interesting. Diego is obviously very, very concerned that the 5164 would sell. Okay, he's back. Shh, never mind. Let's see what else we have going on here. Let's see if there's anything that... Oh, the Crash. Yeah, the Crash. Now, Diego,
that was interesting. I looked at that article.
Yeah, it was a hit job. it was a hit piece.
Do you see any validity in it? Like everything I saw
idea.
was kind of like the crown was so. That was very not only the crown, but the way the case back matched the like. It was completely different case backs.
Yeah, he went out of his way, Marcello DeMarco, to talk about the provenance and about the piece, and hey, here, the case is this, and the dial is this, and all of that stuff to try and debunk the completely unsubstantiated hit piece by Periscope, whatever his name is on Instagram, which basically was questioning the authenticity of it. It seemed to have worked, unfortunately or fortunately, depending on what side you're on, because he had trouble getting it off the ground.
Did you see? Should we pull up the article?
Do we want to give it? Yeah, can you pull it up? You want to pull it up?
Yeah, let me.
It's on Instagram, right? Or Paris.
Well, there's actually an online version that kind of goes line by line. So this Periscope. Google Periscope watches, see what comes up.
It's with a Z.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, he had trouble getting it off the ground. It was 400 to 800,000 estimate, and it was stalled at 300. And I don't think there was a reserve. They got to 350, and they pretty much it stalled at 350.
Here we go. Found it. Chrome tab. And if anybody wants to help me invest in a quieter mouse, please super chat, because this thing is loud. Okay. So he says, trash Cartier Crash, London at Phillips, New York. So this was published December 9th, yesterday.
Yes, it was done very strategic timing, day before the auction. So it would get, I mean, it wouldn't, so people didn't have time to rebut it and to do the research to basically put together an accurate rebuttal. Yep. So it was right after the viewing, several days of viewing in New York. This actually went online a few hours before their cocktail party on Thursday night. So yeah, so it was.
I'm going to read this really quick just so everybody has a
go ahead.
Context of what's going on. But first, Carolyn, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I love this mouse. It's a beautiful mouse. It's a Logitech something. Great for work, but I know if you can hear the click. It's
for the mouse fund.
I'll make sure Tim sends me that money. Thank you so much. Okay, let's get into this. It says, leading auction house Phillips is offering a super rare 1970 Cartier Crash London at their New York Watch Auction 7 that will take place from December 10th to the 11th, 2022. An absolutely stunning piece at first glance. The Crash features a very unusual dial that could be far from clean and original, as claimed by Phillips. Then there are some serious issues with the case, and if that was not enough, it appears Phillips made up their own story about the provenance from the original owner. Before it was consigned to Phillips, the watch made its rounds in auction house circles, but the story the owner was told was a different one, namely that Crash was bought at an auction in the early 1990s. Beware. What is described as a wonderful example for the elite collector could be Crash trash after all. So let's get the super chat back up there. This is the watch in question, and
Yeah, super chat matches the watch, so we need to do that.
yes.
And this is
So-
Tim. This is a conspiracy theory to run with for tonight's show. You know, the Crash, the Cartier trash sold at auction.
Tim, 1999, I do take Zelle. You've got my number.
Minus
Let's do
30%.
it. Yes. So the first thing that he's talking about is the crown. He says, and it's going to be this one in the center. He says, it's not consistent with other examples from the same era. This could, of course, be some weird service part, but there is no mentioning of this crucial detail. So I'm looking at the crown. Yes, that's a very different crown. But besides that, look at the case. Look at how it matches up with the case.
Yeah, it's totally different. Totally different.
Now you can see that there's like a seam line here. There's a seam line here. And on the one at Phillips, to me, what it appears to be is it's been potentially polished with the case closed. And that's why you're not seeing that seam. Almost like I don't want to say the metal fused, but they polished it down to where that seam became closed.
Is there defense that, hey, these were designed as one-off pieces, none of them, no two are alike. They're basically handmade, so they're all unique in some way or the other.
I don't know, but let's get beyond the lack of a seam here. Look at the way.
Yes,
the
the way the crown's integrated into the case. Yeah.
Yeah,
Totally
it's like it's a different weld. So that is very, very strange. And this one's in the 1967. This is a 70, and this is a 70. So these two, I'm guessing this is the serial number. These are off by less than 1,000.
Right, I think it's the
less
reference
than
number.
100.
The serial number or the reference number?
Yeah, I don't know, because this is a higher number than the other one.
Right. So
Anyways.
should got it.
So now we're looking at crown appears to be a later part. See the little neck at the bottom. Blah, blah, blah. On later Crash watches from the 1990s, the stem tube had a larger diameter. It is possible that the crown neck was meant to go into the tube. However, the exact same crown could not be found. So potentially, and again, kind of, you can see the case is so different. Very strange. Now they're talking about the dial and the orientation of the L.
Yeah,
in
which is
London.
different. Yeah.
And
If there's
not-
anyone who knows how to dissect seams on the watch and dials, it's Diego.
Yeah, and then even the font of Cartier. Both of these are 1970s. I don't know.
I think your screen froze. Can you double check?
Yeah, let me refresh. Stop screen. %. How's that? Good?
Yeah, got it. Yep.
Okay. So yeah, the different font of Cartier. Look how clean that London is. That almost looks like it was printed yesterday. Let's see if we can zoom in on that.
The middle one is the one that is the Phillips New York one.
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a totally different printing.
And maybe what they're saying is that not necessarily that this is a fake, but it might be a later. This may not be a 1970s. It may have service parts. I haven't read the article. I've just kind of looked. The next thing they're looking at is closer look at the Roman numeral 12 at 12 o'clock. Reveals more unusual details. The left diagonal stroke of the X does not follow the pattern of the other dials. The intersection between the two diagonals is very odd. So I believe this is the Phillips one right here.
On the
Yeah,
left.
very different. Yeah, very different. Yeah, you can tell because of the Cartier. Then they're talking about Phillips on the left. There's a gap here, here, and here, whereas on the true 1970 there isn't. And now we're looking at the dial. It says the dial bears some interesting details compared to the much later London crash from 1989-90. The surface looks like new. It's almost glossy, even to the extent of reflecting the movement on the later dial. The surface has a patina one would expect from original vintage. So here's your Phillips one. Here's the London one. Interesting. Import movement. There's something about a stamp. Swiss movement, however, it has a import for something. I don't know. And then the case. So,
Well, I think for someone who's paying $300 or $400 for a watch, if they end up getting something that is less than the original, authentic, genuine article, that is not cool.
yeah, you can see. That's
How different the stamping is.
mhm.
It looks like it's italicized, like it's slanted instead of straight.
Yeah, because this 18 and this 18, it's hard to see, but they look pretty similar versus this one.
Mhm.
Very interesting. It's
Deep dive into the
so
issue.
that's what the controversy was. Everybody was talking about in the chat.
Yep. Let's see what else we had going on here. This Cartier Movado was kind of cool. I really liked the look of it, but unfortunately, it went for so much money.
How much did it go for?
Went for
20,000.
Yeah, all in 20,000. That's this is a exceptional. I don't want to read the overhyped the description, but this is a Movado that was case and movement signed by Movado, but it's a dial signed as a Cartier.
Yeah, there's a whole subset of watch collectors that go after these old Movados. And God, what was the watch that Carolyn's nephew was going for? The Universal Geneves and all that. Some really interesting chronographs back in the 60s.
Yeah, and there's actually a bunch of cool Movados that have the Zenith movement in it. So that you have like the Movado branded with Zenith movements that are really cool.
Yeah. Wow. Boston, no, I'm not going to go on the stand and declare it as fake.
Yeah.
I know absolutely nothing about those watches. So.
I thought this was really neat. I didn't know what size it was when it was up for bid. Let's see, how big is it?
It's a 37 probably.
36.5 millimeter case, but I love the dark mother of pearl. Unfortunately, it's got the diamonds on the bezel, which makes it a little feminine.
And the crown.
And the crown.
Scroll down to, I want to see on the bottom of this one if they say also you don't get the strap. I think it was towards the very bottom, right? They had that kind of a few more.
Case style movement and buckle signed. Certificate of origin. Presentation box, leather envelope, product literature, outer packaging.
Go to the bottom. Keep going down. And then expand the description. Oh, no, too far. Keep going up. Yeah, where it says view more or something.
Yes.
Right there. What does that say? Oh, okay.
It says view more works. Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I guess some of them come with a strap, some don't.
Yep.
It's
Yep.
interesting.
Yep. Had a bunch of world times here. I see these all in person. They all have their little idiosyncrasies. I was saying earlier that some of them have Hong Kong instead of Beijing, which is good. I guess the old school collectors want to see Hong Kong there.
Yeah.
They all have L. Angeles though. Oh, some have Mexico instead of. Some have Denver instead of. I just can't remember. So I was talking to somebody about them.
I wonder if a lot of that was kind of based on potentially like being sold in a Denver AD or a Hong Kong AD.
So this one has Denver on it. Let's see. I'm turning my head to try and see. And this one has Hong Kong right here on the bottom, the 6 o'clock.
Crazy.
Yep.
What is that? What's inscribed on the top? Patek Philippe?
Yeah, Patek Philippe.
That's pretty cool. I guess they had nowhere else to put it. That's really cool. Can you imagine getting your watch back from service and that's been polished down to nothing?
Yeah, this one looks really good.
Is that how they all are?
All the world times?
I've never noticed that. What's the say on the bottom then?
Geneve.
Geneve. Interesting.
Well, I would love to stay with you longer, but I do have some stuff to do. And I don't know. We could open the panel and see if somebody else wants to jump on and join you if you're interested in talking. Unless you want to talk about something else other than watches.
I'll give it 5 minutes.
5 minutes, guys. You have 5 minutes.
I'll do a pre-ceramic sea mat or sea dweller search really quick. Nobody jumps on in 5 minutes, or maybe 10. I'll kill the stream.
All right, I'll stay on with you to say you're someone to talk to.
Yeah, appreciate it. All right, let's see what we got. Damn, it's taking a while to share. Set to share window. Can you guys see that? What's going on? Oh, my connection's unstable apparently.
Yeah, it's taking a long time to load. Don't worry about it. We got time. We ain't going anywhere. Yeah, your Wi-Fi is dog shit.
I might be connected to the wrong system.
Diego looks. You never looked better. You look very blurry. It smoothed out all your wrinkles.
Oh shit. I'm gonna do a quick reboot. I'll be right back. Hold on.
All right. I'm gonna remove that. No, don't do that. Better. All right, let's see here. Yeah, that's like global internet is very slow. Auction in progress. Yeah, so what else did we have here? We had this lot that Carolyn Martin bid on. I saw it in person, and it was they called it the fuchsia because it was very, very bright pink, very bright blue. It looked really amazing in person, and that's why it fetched a great price. It's like people get really excited when they see something with a very colorful dial. So as you can see here, very pinkish. The loom and the hands seemed to match, and they had that nice mustardy character about them. I was never a big fan of the Pepsi until I studied how it came about in the 50s with Pan Am, etc., and how iconic and important it is to Rolex. Yeah, it would have been great if this were on the lower end of the estimate. These are 14, 15, 16,000. You're able to snatch it up. That would have been cool. But that did not happen. There's this Submariner. A very expensive 321 here. One of the original 321s. Sold.
Is this any better?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Better.
Very cool. All right, let's see if I can find this. There we go.
63,000 for the datograph. I think people were saying that was low. The world time's around 100,000. I was expecting you to bid on this Maurice Lacroix.
Who, me?
Yeah. You're a big fan.
I've never even heard of him. Oh, man. I thought the Christie's auctions had some cooler pieces.
Yeah, they had some. It was just more interesting to see stuff selling at the lower end.
Yeah, that 5196 is really cool. I like that.
Which one? Which lot number?
It was the Breguet numerals Patek on the right. Platinum, I think. Yeah.
This looks a lot. Yeah.
Looks a lot like my Baltic.
A lot like the Baltic. A lot like that. There's a Japanese brand that also they came out with one that has a cut. The Breguets that are cut into the dial, not applied.
It's called like the Type 1A or something, right?
Yeah, exactly. They've been plastering Instagram and Facebook.
Yeah, they're expensive.
So this sold for 44,000.
Interesting.
Yep. Let's see. This is it's funny that they introduced the Star Wheel, and then here's a Star Wheel at auction, right?
What is a Star Wheel?
The Audemars Piguet reintroduced the Star Wheel on the 1159, the code 1159. Did you catch that?
No, I didn't.
Okay. So basically what this does is the way you tell the time is this disc spins, and this whole cylinder here spins. So all of these three subdials, they're spinning and they're also rotating. And then so the way you tell the time is like this is the hour. So it's 10, 12 basically.
Oh, okay. 10 past 10 kind of.
10 past 10. And this is gonna mosey all the way over to here. And by the time it gets to here, this 11 is gonna be up or here.
Okay.
Right.
So every 3 hours, do they rotate once, or I would guess, right?
Yeah, and then after this 10, see this is a quarter of the dial here, roughly, or a third of the dial.
Yeah.
But by the time
there's got to be some moment where they all rotate.
Yeah, they're all rotating.
Because if you think about it,
because it has to follow the curve of the case.
10.
So this
11,
thing is always
12. Hey man. Oh, and they rotate counterclockwise because the subdial with 10, the next time is 11, and then the next dial is 12. So then it's going to have to rotate counterclockwise back to 1. You see that?
Yep. Yes.
Very cool.
So there's a code 1159 they just introduced. Let me see.
The Star Wheel.
The Star Wheel. I'll pull it up here.
The
Tim.
OG Star Wheel. Yeah, what's up?
Marcelo started the community stream. He had a replay, and Carolyn super chatted you $100.
What?
Carolyn super chatted you $100 on a replay on the community channel. So I don't know if you caught that.
Whoa. On the replay or
Yeah,
just on the community? Whoa.
on the replay.
Thank you, Carolyn. Hey, I'm going to be doing something with Carolyn soon, so I'm going to
Nice.
help her out in return, you know? We'll take care of Carolyn. She's always been incredible with me. So
Yeah.
we're gonna do good. We're gonna do good by Carolyn.
I can just imagine Marcelo's reaction when he saw it. Oh shit! He's like, oops.
Marcelo told me that I have to do the replays.
Yeah.
She
Just
said
as I
she knew-
suspected, she
yeah.
knew it was replay. And
yeah.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah, it had a banner running on the bottom that said this is a replay. But.
Thank you. Yeah, this is what we're gonna be doing now going forward. And so, if somebody wants the keys, and if people see it, there's a replay going, and if you are a holder of the keys, you can go in and do a little bit of a show, and then if you're done, you can just put the replay back on and let it resume itself.
But you didn't like the fact that Lux Report and Sirocco were trying to encourage Marcelo to not do streams on our channel or on his own channel, but to do them on the Dungeon channel. And
Really?
the audacity of them. They were on Marcelo's show on Marcelo's channel.
Like Marcelo.
Yeah, they were on Marcelo's channel shitting all over OC. It was like,
and all over Marcelo. They're like, listen, you shouldn't do shows on your own channel. You should do them on the Dungeon. We'll set up a time for you. It's like, well, wait a minute. I make money on my own channel. Why would I make money for somebody else? Like, they couldn't understand why that didn't make sense.
And where were they for the past 4 months when
when they abandoned Marcelo and you took him in under your wing?
Yeah, and now that he's ready to fly again, they're like, oh, okay, come with us. So what the fuck?
Yeah,
it's ridiculous.
We need people. We need.
Yeah.
Tim nurtured Marcelo back with his own breast milk, and he bandaged his wings. He bandaged his wings. You know how the birds will they'll eat the food and then they'll regurgitate it in the little baby bird's mouth? That was Tim with Marcelo.
Yeah.
Just regurgitating nourishment into his soul.
Regurgitating the nourishment, and then it's like, well, but no, Tim doesn't care about you. They're making fun of you.
Well, you know
Building
what? That's
him
kind
back
of
up.
like they stole Marcelo from me once before. They're not going to be successful the second time. Marcelo, he's a legend. He's a legend. People don't understand it, but you guys go back and see the first time Marcelo was. It was a good day. It was a really good day. It was supposed to be a really shit day, but Marcelo really turned it around from. Like sometimes everybody, all my friends, they kind of abandoned me, and Marcelo came in and rescued me. So, I feel like it's my responsibility to help him out as well. So we're looking after each other.
He is improving. He's improving significantly.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah, because we're trying what's best for him, and the other guys, they just want to see insanity, just fucking insanity. So, anyways, Marcelo, we're gonna start making vids for 2023. We got so many amazing ideas. You don't realize. Holy shit! It's gonna be good times, guys. Good times.
Good times. Sean is in the chat. He says, Sean. He said something about lot 18, if I recall.
Lot 18.
Lot 18. I can't find the comment. Cannot find the comment.
Oh yeah, he was saying that this was one of the better lots. think it was Tanzil also was talking about this one.
Cool. Yeah, Tanzil said, look at lot 18, the piece UD Calatrava with the Egyptian hieroglyphs sold for 230,000. Yes.
Wow.
And Sean said, yes, culturally significant indeed. So let's take a look at it. It was good to see so many. It was good to see Patek Philippe, and there were 2 or 3 other guys that are typically frequent Tanzil and a bunch of guys enjoying the auction today. So yeah, it's a unique, extremely rare, culturally significant Egyptian hieroglyph dial. Estimate was 50 to 100,000, but it ended up selling for about 240,000. Here it is. Showing the dial here.
So let's pretend like I'm a seller, OC, and I say I want to put my Zenith on for auction, and it sells. The guy slams his hammer and he says $10,000 sold.
Mhm.
As a seller, we all know what happens with the buyer's premium and then pay taxes. But as a seller, what does a seller get out of that $10,000 hammer price? How does it work for them?
I've never sold anything through Phillips, but I think there's also they double, and Phillips and all the auction houses double dip. So I think they charge you something too. So they're going to charge you like 10%.
Wow.
Ooh.
So you'll net like 8,000. So they just like StubHub, they make money. They make money on both sides, like or Ticketmaster or whatever.
That's some vicious stuff right there.
Double dip. Tim, we missed you last night, but the Philly crew carried on without you, man.
I'm sorry, guys.
The roommate. You blamed it all on the roommate.
Yeah. Even today, I had to take care of the roommate in the morning. So it's a lot. It's a time. You know what? All things considered, if she left, hypothetically speaking, I would have so much more time to do. Horrible. It's horrible. I know. Just saying. It had to be pointed out, I think, at least. It's hard.
Anyway.
It's hard, guys.
I don't even want to say it, but it kind of reminds me of what you were telling Daniel about his father and New York.
Look at it's hard.
Well, I gotta jump off. I might see you guys later, but you probably might want to end the stream before your show starts because we're on your channel.
Right.
We're on your channel, so
Right.
Because we're at 5 hours now, and the show. I think there's a 12-hour cap, right, on the stream.
Oh, yes, 12-hour cap.
12-hour cap.
12-hour cap.
Peace. I'll see you guys later. Thanks for everyone tuning in.
Later.
Guys, thank you for tuning in to watch the auction.
I'm gonna jump off too, Tim. I gotta get ready for a Christmas party. So
yeah, no, let's just end it. Let's just end the stream here, and we're gonna schedule the next one. In 2 hours, right? 2 hours.
I think so. All right, go ahead and kill it, man.
Okay. Oh, wait. One second.
You want me to kill it?
Yeah. I can't. I don't know how to do it here.
Thank you, everybody, for watching, guys. Tim will be back at 5 o'clock. Have a good one. Goodbye.
Go check out the community.